friends. What's the difference between a sub and a sub point? What does that even mean? What does that mean? Doesn't matter. Hi, it's me, Scott. Let's play Sudoku. I'm gonna play Sudoku for 2 days, which is insane. I had a friend in town, and you know that may sound like normal for a normal person, but given that I've been, you know, dealing with an intense variant Sudoku addiction, it's dealing with some withdrawals, I guess. So I don't exactly have a plan for picking a puzzle today. I mean, obviously we're gonna go to Logic Masters and then just think about our query. I did poke around a little at some puzzles this morning. One of them looked like a little mind-bending. I mean, you know, just shopping around, that's all. Let's go here, let's search puzzles. Ah yes, this important message about all computational systems of the 21st century. They're all bad. They're all bad, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. I can save that for when things are bad because variant Sudoku is good. So what I want to find is the nicest puzzles. This is annoying that when I click that it doesn't keep it, but that's okay. The nicest puzzles where the difficulty is less than or equal to 2 stars. I feel like 2 stars is a reasonable. I think I'm okay doing 2 stars on stream. What I mean by that is like, you know, as far as like not getting so self-conscious because I'm stuck on something for 30 minutes. Blobs, we did that. We did this Grand Prix puzzle the other day. It was really good and seemed to flow pretty well. So I wonder, anything else from Blobs? Anti-Ren bands. Skeleton Pentomino is a 3-star. Uh-oh. I mean, that's pretty cool. I take issue with that F Pentomino, I have to say. Mini Cyclone sounds cool. Cages. Digits long, arrows. So we got arrows, we got German ones. I love the look of it. So, and no digits repeating along the diagonal. I haven't done enough diagonal puzzles where I feel like I've really internalized that rule set. But cages, I'm okay with, and there's only 4 cages and they're relatively low. Digits along arrows. Some, you know, that's just normal arrow rules, more normal German whisper rules. Digits may not repeat along the diagonal. So I think I can deal with this. I mean, I don't think I have internalized diagonals rules fully. It's okay. We're gonna do the thing. I just have to feel compelled. What do we? I think we still have that YouTube video. The 10 hours of. Maybe we'll just go back to the water for this. Okay. Sorry. Game. Background. Lime green. I think we decided was a good one. And then the grid itself. Okay. Mr. and Josh, how's it going? Just getting started here. Or do we want that, or do we want that 10-hour YouTube video of looping? We'll just go with this because it's easy. Skojo, how's it going? Jojo, whoa, the whole Sudoku crew. Hello. Oh no, I have to be so self-conscious. Remember the other night when it took me 4 hours to solve that that puzzle by Skojo? But I did it with like 1 minute to spare. It really was very dramatic. It's obviously scripted. There's no way that couldn't coincidentally that I could have solved that with 1 minute to go. It was all fake. So I was just saying I haven't done any Sudoku for a few days, so obviously I'm gonna fall apart. So I feel pretty good about the rule set. There's nothing crazy about the rules here. The German whispers are very short, which, I mean, We don't learn a great deal from them, I guess, other than it's going to be a high digit and a low digit, and there's no 5 on them. So I suppose that's going to be useful. I really love the arrangement of arrows. I think is very interesting. The I mean, this is pre-recorded. I'm actually an AI. I'm a very convincing VTuber. The problem here's the main issue though is like running the Sudoku solving algorithm at the same time as running the VTuber algorithm, because it takes so much computational power to simulate my beard. There's actually not, it's a relatively small amount of processing power available for the Sudoku engine, and so that's why I do such a poor job. Were I to get rid of my beard, it wouldn't be a problem. There'd be plenty of horsepower. I do have a new machine that I'm ready to swap out with a 4080 in it, which will really let me enhance the beard tech. So we can start to do beard, like wind simulation, things like that. Okay, so where shall we start? There probably is some like thing we should know about this, right? I would love. Oh yeah, that would be great. Actually, okay, directed by Peter Jackson, but can it be like the early era of Peter Jackson that everybody has forgotten about? Like I feel like most people's concept of Peter Jackson these days is tied to Lord of the Rings and not those weird horror movies. Didn't he have? Was it just one or was it a number of? This is not something I've thought about in a very long time, but like in the 90s. Okay, we gotta go. As a director. Bad Taste, of course. Oh, of course. Meet the Feebles, Bad Taste. How Dead Alive? Like, how did Peter Jackson land The Lord of the Rings? Given his filmography up to that point, I love The Frighteners. I'm maybe the only person who remembers The Frighteners or likes The Frighteners. That was during this like brief window of Michael J. Fox making a comeback. After stardom in the 80s, coming back as kind of like a comedy lead. Around this era, he was also in Mars Attacks, but that was a much smaller part. I like The Frighteners. It's a terrible movie, but if you really want to see something terrible, you can buy the novelization of the movie, which I, for some reason, did, which is, to be clear, the movie's not based on the novel. It was a novel written from the script, basically, and it was a real gem. I remember like the first sentence mentions a nor'easter, like it was like they were really trying to channel Stephen King. But Bad Taste is specifically, yeah, there's some weird ones in Peter Jackson's early career. I don't know that I ever saw The Valley. I guess it's just short. Meet the Feebles is something very special. Very, very special. I probably saw Heavenly Creatures. I don't really remember. Dead Alive is a special film. So to me, this is Peter Jackson to me. I know most people, this is all this is Peter Jackson. Not me. Not my Peter Jackson. Okay, so we were having a discussion about things like arrows and German whispers and how this is an interesting, very limited view of German whispers, but they're still valuable, right? We know there's like some parody situation going on, and we know that in fact, do we just know what's going on? No, we don't actually, because interestingly, because of the little zigs of the arrows, we're not forced to have a high digit here, right? Because these could be 1 + 2 + 1 = 4. Obviously, there's not a 5 on here because of the German whisper, but it seems possible that one of these is actually low, but maybe only one of them, because as soon as you'd have 1 + 1 + 2 = 5, that wouldn't work. So then you're forced to 6. So it's only in this box, I think, wherever the 1 is, if it is on one of these arrows, which kind of feels like it wants to be, right? That will, I guess we still have room for one of these to be low, which is a little annoying. I don't immediately see anything super. Oh yeah, I'd be glad to. Sorry, I should make a habit of that. dropping the puzzle in the chat. So just to say, this is a puzzle by I think it's Blobs. Is that right? Yeah, by Blobs. And Blobs did that really cool puzzle. Is the setter from that really cool racetrack puzzle that we did? I don't know, at some point in my life, this Grand Prix puzzle, which was really cool. It was really neat. And it's one of the, I don't know that, I mean, I'm sure other people have done it. It was definitely my first time of seeing you had to construct the lines, one of which I think was a German whisper, and one of them was a equal sum. So first you had to you had to construct those lines based on these race car rules about how these two race cars interacted. So definitely recommend this one if you haven't done it. Look at that 99% rating. I think it's well learned. It's very clever. And then I was just wanted to try to pick something else by this. It's cool. I really liked it. It's very clever, like unique view. This one is called Mini Cyclone, so inspired obviously by kind of a cyclone pattern in those arrows. Okay, I'm just thinking about where I think I want to start. Like, these cells are kind of attention grabbing, right? Don't those just look really inviting? I mean, they're on the German Whisper. They're all in here together. They're on the tips of arrows. It's like, it seems like something you want. Seems like something interesting. We also have these cages, which I just have to say right now, I don't have good cage intuition. I'm not one of those people, at least not yet, that has the like cage intuition of like, oh, a 3-cell 9 cage can only be made by XYZ. So I have to brute force that every time. A 3-cell 8 cage, though, I think I know has to have a 1 on it. Is that true? Because if these were 1, 2, 3, they would be 6. If they were 1, 2, 4, they would be 7. If they were 1, 3, 4, they would be 8, and that's all the leeway you have here. 3. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, I know it's probably frustrating because I know people with more experience solving. I get the impression that many of them just have these like built-in rules of thumb of like, oh yeah, obviously. But I haven't internalized that yet. And so I have to really have to think about it. Okay, that's a better way to look at it. Thanks, Mission. That is helpful. I need to think about it in those terms. It's just, if you don't have the 1, what actually is the minimum, which in this case is 2 plus 3 plus 4, which is 9. So that is a faster way of looking at it, which is not useful here, obviously. Do I know anything about the requirements here? I guess I know the maximum number is a 6. So the implications of this would tell us the parity of this, and actually that's interesting, right? Because that could consume. We don't know that it does, I guess, but it could consume the 1 on this diagonal, which would be kind of interesting. As far as 10 and 3 cages, or sorry, 10 and 3 cells or 12 and 3 cells, those don't feel just like instinctively like there's gonna be I guess I know that there's not a 1 or a 2 in. That's not true at all. Never mind, sorry, that was not true at all. False. In fact, it could be, you could have a 1 and a 2 and a 9. So I don't know, the cages are not feeling incredibly inviting to me. I guess you kind of know that this digit is not exceptionally high. Yeah, and the twisty fellow really throws me off on these, right? Because your minimum. So I that feels like a place to try to break into me, is because once you understand the nature of these German whispers. Now wait a minute. Okay, maybe that there's more to it than that, obviously. Okay, so initially I said this thing of like, oh, normally you would think an arrow with 3 cells in a row that could see each other, or in a single row or single column, would be a minimum of 6 here, but this little zig means you can't have 1 plus 2 plus 1. However, this little zig, if any place that we did... Okay, there's implications here that I haven't quite reasoned through, but we just have to keep in mind that the polarity of the circles on these arrows forces the polarity of the arrow tip on the previous arrow in the little cyclone pattern. So in other words, what I was saying is like, oh, it seems quite possible for one of these to be a 1. Say that is a 1. It would be possible to get a 4 here and have a low polarity digit, but that forces a high polarity digit here and consumes a low polarity digit here if you do that. But that still seems okay because, you know, if this was a 3 or a 4 or something, which actually it would have to be a 4. It would be in that scenario, this would be a 4. You would force this high. Oh, that doesn't work. You can't do that. Okay, let me talk through this a little bit just to make sure. I want to prove that these are all high. The only way that they could be low that I can see is if you had 1 plus 2 plus 1 to get 4. Obviously, it's not a 5 because it's on a German whisper. So if it's not 4, it is above polarity. However, as soon as you do that, you're saying that this is low polarity, so this is high polarity, but it's on a German whisper. And it's, in this case, what we've just said, the minimum it can be is a 4, which would force this to be a 9, which obviously is not in an arrow. Does that seem sound to everybody? That sounds pretty good to me, actually. Which is going to do a lot of things, actually. It's going to just force all these low. So I don't know. This could be me famously... okay, we're happy with that? This could be me famously making one of my very confident but very incorrect deductions. So I think I want to force those high, and I want to force these low. Cool, great, thank you. In doing that, we have some restriction on the 5. It'd be interesting to put it in here and knock the 5 off of both diagonals, which doesn't actually seem unlikely since these wait a minute. Well, we're doing weird things to these diagonals already, right? I mean, just by the nature of what we're consuming on them is the opposite of what is consumed on the other one. Or not necessarily the opposite, but like from a different set, you know, like whatever low-high pair we have here, whatever pair of low-high pairs we've eaten off this diagonal, the opposite low-high pair set is eaten off of this diagonal. Which, does that have some crazy implication of like where, for example, like where these digits are going to live on the opposite line? I mean, that's, yeah. As much pressure as there seems to be, not like serious pressure, but like of people saying like, oh, just use, when I'm doing a programming stream or something and people say, just use ChatGPT to do it. My small interactions with ChatGPT just in general have been bumping into that problem of a great deal of confidence with a lesser degree of correctness. Okay, well, this is fun. So this is interesting. So we know these are high. We know there's a low here. What does that say about the nature of these two digits? And like, how do we... It would be kind of cool for to eat a 1 here, because that would push the 1 into one of these, or the opposite is going to be true. So, I mean, it is very telling, it seems, that these cages are doing cagey stuff. I guess another funny thing is like, okay, but digits can repeat on an arrow, right? That's not a problem. Yeah. But it is interesting to see, like, on any one of these arrows, we have 2 low digits consumed. Which kind of feels like it should have serious implications for this arrow, where also the 10. I guess the thing I want to figure out that I just am not, I mean, obviously these are all, this is just the set 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's, but I don't know that that's necessarily true here. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, is there anything, oh yeah, no, that's not, it is true here. Actually, of course it is. I was just to say, like, what is forcing these all to be different? But like, they're clearly different from the adjacent ones, and they're clearly different from the opposite one because of the diagonal constraint. So actually these really are, this is there's no repetition in these. This really is 6, 7, 8, 9 with no, there's no chance of having a 9 on both sides or something like that. So wherever the 4 is, definitely goes with the 9. That's interesting. So that, does that actually force these to go what's dead center, since this sees everything? That's a very interesting question. So what I was about to say is that, one, that would seem to me to mean that these are forced to pair with their, that they're forced to pair with their optimal mate, right? So what I mean by that is 4 is definitely going to have to go with 9, and 6 is definitely going to have to go with 7, but there's no, I'm sorry, 6 is going to have to go with 1, but I don't think there's any leeway for 7 and 8 either. So I guess the way I'm trying to put this is, I think it's going to be 6, 1, 6, 1, 2, 7, 3, 8, 4, 9. I think that's going to be, I think that is going to be forced. Certainly the 6, 1 and the 4, 9. And if 7 couldn't go with 3 because of the 5. And then the other implication of that, knowing that this is all of the high digits and this is all of the low digits, because of the diagonal constraint with both of these hittings, we're seeing every single thing but 5. So that's what Michigan Josh is pointing out. What can you put here that we already haven't accounted for, knowing that that everything else is accounted for in terms of high-low digits, and that would seem to be a 5. I think that is the only place we can have our 5. Which is maybe interesting for the 10 and maybe interesting for the 12. I don't know if I think it's that interesting, but it's somewhat interesting at least for the 5. I guess there's something about that gives us some insight into the like parity within that, but I don't know that really matters. What that means then for these are obviously all high. I don't think we know anything about the nature of their highness, I guess, like unless there truly is some constraint that says, and this is where I really am bad, if there's some constraint that if there's some constraint that's like, oh, if you don't have a 5, you can't make a 10 without a 6, those kinds of things, I'm so not that I don't have the intuition of, or intuition for, or that, this, it seems like, it feels like the placement of this 10 is I don't know, feels pretty deliberate. It's obviously deliberate, but it kind of is the next thing that is drawing my attention. Like this cage and this cage are kind of like poking into the range of possibilities for these 2 arrows, which feels like maybe what we need to do to start to disambiguate. So what is the nature of 10 in 3 cells? Seems like a whole lot of possibilities. You do need a 1 or a 2 though, right? Because if you don't have a 1 or a 2, you have 3, 4, 5, which is too much. You could have 2, 3, 5, and that's fine. Is it fair to say you need a low digit in here? Oh, the Fistamapel ring. That's interesting. The nature. That's a good thing. Okay. Oh gosh, is that a thing to think about? I mean, especially with these cages in the corner. My instinct is that because this is a 2-star puzzle, that it's not a requirement to use the Fistamapel ring. But it's interesting. It is interesting to think about just looking at the design of this, like, you know, there's just something inviting about this, especially with these cages as they are. Okay, well, I also don't feel very equipped to tackle that. I mean, it's a thing I generally understand just from watching it explained a few times on Cracking the Cryptic, but it doesn't feel like a thing that's going to be like the intended path. I guess it means there's a low. I don't know how useful that is. I mean, because you could still have with the interplay of these, there is a 1 or a 2 in here, I think is fair to say, but not necessarily both. Oh, I don't know that I know that particular diagonal puzzle constraint. Interesting. That if with the diagonal. So Michigan Josh is saying that in a puzzle with the diagonal constraint, where there's no repetition on either diagonal, that the ring includes at least 8 unique digits, and if it includes only 8, then the missing digit is what is in the center. That's interesting. I don't know that I've run into that one. Does that one have a fun name also? Is that Michigan Josh's theorem? But is that forced? In other words, is it saying that? Are you trying to say that means there's definitely not a 5 in the ring, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding? Or that it's possible? I would agree. I think there's. I feel like there's lower hanging fruit. It's really interesting to know, and thanks for sharing that. But I do. It feels like there's lower hanging fruit available to me here, and I may be wrong, but the 10 just feels so. The 10 is here putting pressure both on this arrow and on the digits that are available here, because I have 2 high digits consumed here, and you know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Could be totally wrong about that. I mean, it also has implications for these arrows as well. So it feels pretty heavy duty. I just don't know. Yeah, it is fun. Thank you. I do appreciate that. It's good to have in the bag. That's the potato head theorem? Is that what it's called? Actually, that rings a bell, because I feel like I've heard Simon on Cracking the Cryptic explain something with like potato head pieces. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm definitely distracting myself again. So, I mean, it feels correct to me to say, and maybe this is wrong, but doesn't it mean that like this pair is here and this pair is here and this pair, or you know, here or here? But in other words, that these 2 pairs, I mean, they're just not on this line yet, I guess is what I'm saying. Which would make sense, because we know we need we have the 5 and we have 2 lows and we have 2 highs, but I guess we don't know anything about the layout of those other than the constraints that we may feel from this 8 cage. Because we can't have, okay, maybe this is interesting. Is this interesting? That knowing kind of what is left over and what we have to place, you can't have a 6 and an 8 cage, right? You could have 5, 1, 2, but there's not a 5 on this diagonal, and there's not a 5 here. So this 8 cage is low digits. Is that fair to say? That this is an 8 made of very low digits? Wait, does that mean there's only one way to make an 8, since we know there's not a 5 in this cage at all? What are the options? It's we have the 1, so we're trying to make 7 in 2 digits. So 7 in 2 digits is, oh, there's 3 ways. No, well, 1, 6 is ruled out because we've already used the 1. So it's 2, 4, and 3, 5, but we have said there's no 5 in this cage. So is this 8 cage a 1, 2, 4 for sure? Does that logic seem sound? I want to go through it again real quick. I don't think you can't put a 6 in an 8 cage, right? That's just not possible. Like, how would you make up that 2? That it'd be like 6, 1, 1. So I don't think we're putting a 6 in here. I don't think we can have a 5 in here because there's a German whisper here and then there's a diagonal with a 5 on it, right? So I think these are low digits. And given that we have to compose 8 out of 3 low digits, given that 1 is a 1, we're ruling out, again, we have to make 7 in 2 digits, essentially. It's not 6, 1 because we already used the 1. It's not 3, 5 because there's no 5. So it is 1, 2, 4. I think. 1, 2, 4. So making all of these low, which is kind of interesting because I think that forces these to be high. Because these, whatever these 2 low digits are, these digits are these digits. And I think it's fair to say that these high digits are these digits. Whatever they are. Oh, what does that do, actually? Is that something I noticed that, but what does that mean? Is that a thing that just like tells you the combinations? Is that too helpful, or do you think it would be better for me to practice without it? I saw that in settings and didn't know what it did. And then I was afraid to turn it on. Oh. Where is that, by the way? I've definitely seen that. Oh, this thing. Oh, so you select a cage. And, oh, I kind of want to, I think I want to. Okay, first, thanks for telling me that, because I had seen it and then sort of just like dismissed it in my mind and hadn't thought about it. I think I want to try. You know what? Maybe I will keep it on, but I will try to not use it because I just want the practice of not using it. But I also want to like not make mistakes. Okay, so this is what I thought. But we've ruled 5 out of that cage. Is that what this does? We just say, put a little no sign on it, so we're just saying it's 1, 2, 4. That's interesting. Okay, that's cute. Okay, cool. All right, thank you for reminding me of that. I had seen it and just didn't even try it. Oh no, now I'm tempted to just click it. Oh wait, it showed me. Oh, I didn't want it to do that. I didn't want it to show me the. Okay, I think I'm gonna turn it off because I don't want it to just pop up if I click a cage. I do want to try to think about it at least. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Back in this world. So we pushed some high digits up here, which seems interesting. We have some low digits down here. We have what do I think about this? So eating the 1, that's so again, whatever we end up with here goes here. And whatever we have here is not what is here. So this digit is one of these digits. As far as the implications of that for the diagonal at the moment, I mean, we know this is high. Oh, wait, did I get it wrong? I'm sorry. Oh, shoot. What did I do? Oh, no. I'm sorry. What did I do? Okay, wait. I'll turn the calculator on again. What did I forget? Ugh. I even said it out loud. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I even said it and then typed it in wrong. It's 134 because we're making 7. We're making 7. It's 5-2 is what we rolled out. Okay. I even said it and I even saw it right in front of my face and then I typed it wrong. Okay. That is a embarrassing mistake. It's especially bad when I say it correctly and then I enter it incorrectly. Okay. We're making 7 here. The 5 was with the 2. Okay. So thank you for that. No, you're very right. You're quite right that 1 + 2 = 4 is not 8. Okay. Why do I do that when I say a thing and then type in the opposite thing? Okay, that makes this high. I don't think we know anything about it yet, though, right? Because if it seems like we have the full range of options here for highnesses. All this highness, looking at the 10 cage. Okay, well now I feel like I have to turn on the calculator because I've already made a ridiculous cage related mistake. I don't know. I just don't want. Part of me is like, okay, I need to just like work on this and internalize these. And if I start using the calculator now, I feel like I never will. I'll just never learn it. So I'm a little torn. So that eats 2 low digits off of here. Is there anything else to be gleaned down here? Something that I'm missing about... I mean, I feel like this all comes untangled as soon as we know anything in the middle. There's like kind of an interesting interplay with these. But we don't know, I guess we don't know, well... Well, sorry, just to like voice what I'm thinking through, which may not be relevant. Didn't we say that this digit and this digit, that these 2 digits are up here on the diagonal? Just trying to think about what, if there's some notion of which high digit this is relative to this one, like in terms of like which, but I don't think we know actually. I mean, it just isn't this one, obviously, but I don't know that there's anything else we know about this fellow. Okay, maybe I will just turn it on. Now my confidence is at all time ChatGPT levels of low. Okay, so ruling out of 5. Okay, that is interesting actually. So one of the things I was saying earlier and I didn't know how to carry fully forward was that we knew there had to be a 1 or a 2 here. The thing is, you need a 5 to do the 2-3-5 or the 1-4-5. But specifically the 2-3-5 is a way that you don't have a 1. So I think that lets us definitely say there's a 1 in here, right? And then it's a 1 and then another low digit and a high digit. So the layout of this is 2 low digits and a high digit. That still seems possible. I mean, as far as like a 7 being here. If this is the 1. No, because I think we have said, have we said this? I think we said that 7 had, that these low digits had to pair with their optimal high digits. I think that's true. So I think 7 has to be next to a 2. So, I mean, that doesn't mean 7's not in here, but I think we can say that a 7, that actually is tricky for the 7, right? Or a little tricky? Maybe that's not actually a problem here and I'm just overcomplicating things. Okay, sorry. That constraint was about the relationship of these two, not about these two. But that would mean... So I think maybe you can have a 1, 7, 1 here to get 9. So I think I was wrong about what I was about to say. But that does seem to narrow these down to 1, 2, 7, 1, 3, 6. So maybe that is worth, I don't know, maybe that is worth considering. But it's either 1, 2, 7 or 1, 3, 6. Oh, that is a good point. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. So we have the same issue here in this cage because of the diagonal. And actually, maybe this one's more interesting. Well, that's kind of interesting just for the 5 in general. But we have the same issue about ruling out... Oops. Wait, I broke everything. How did I break this thing? What is... Wait, what is this? What have I done? What does this mean? Oh, is that like a way to rule out an individual digit? Is that what I should have done here? I'm honestly a little confused about this. Does that mean I can do this and rule out a... So that's to say, I see. You can click the individual digits. That's cool. So you can say things you definitely know are there and things you definitely know aren't there. So in this case, I can again click 5 to definitely remove the 5. And now we know there's definitely is a 1. So we have similar issues. The composition of this one isn't as friendly necessarily in terms of its knowing, you know, this one we knew were all low, so we knew the polarity of the whole cage. This cage in both of these cases have mixed polarity with 1, 2, 7 and 1, 3, 6. It's 2 lows and 1 high. Is that... Well, okay. Do we need to think about this then? Because we may have issues with like our lowness on this diagonal, because we've already eaten 2 lows here. No matter how we do this, we're definitely eating at least one more low. So over in this land... Oh no, tomatoes in the face. Does that mean I did something wrong? Did I do the thing wrong again? 1, 2, 7, 1, 3, 6. 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 3, 6. With the 1 definitely in there. Okay, up here. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I don't know the polarity of this yet, right? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Oh, it's just Draclin. It's just Draclin's throwing tomatoes. How's it going, buddy? Draclin, I miss you. I can't stress to you, Draclin, how that thing you said to me a few weeks ago. So this is a thing for me because I'm bad at Sudoku called the killer cage calculator. And it means with these cages, you can just select one and it will tell you what is valid to put in there. And a person who's good at Sudoku wouldn't need those, but that person is not me. So I'm trying it this time. It feels like it may be a little too, it's basically lane bumpers. It's basically training wheels. Draclin, I want to tell you, maybe I've already said this. You have like the life-changing statement you made a couple weeks ago that I've been thinking about constantly since you said it. And I don't even know how seriously you meant it when you said it. But when you said the thing about adding value, Draclin, I can't stop thinking about it and I keep telling people about it. So how do I do it? What am I going to choose to add value? Is it the stream? Is it streaming? Is it my portfolio? Is it some individual project? I feel like because of the person I am, I'm a like meta person and it will be hard for me to have a very finite thing. The answer is yes. Wait, to which? To all of it? Okay, we are ruling a 5 out of this diagonal. Out. This one is interesting though, because it could be triple low. What do you know about that? This still could be triple low. This can't. This definitely consumes a 2 though. Is that so? It's 1, 2, 6, 3, 4 for these. It's 1, 2, 6, or 3, 4 with the 2. 1, 2, 6, or 2, 3, 4. But there's definitely a 2 here. Draclin, I need to now. You're like my life coach now. I need help. So. Gosh, we're just like, we really want to, problem is the 2 can, okay, I guess what I'm trying to think of, does that tell us the polarity here? Because I don't think we're allowed to make both of these low. Like if we tried to make both of these low in this end of the world, there's definitely 2 lows here. And I think the same thing is over here. We're not allowed to make both of these low, because then we would have consumed all of the lows. So doesn't that mean that we can't have 2, 3, 4? Because if we have 2, 3, 4 up here, we've consumed all of the low digits. That means that entire diagonal, we've consumed all of the low digits. And then we don't have any more low digits to put on this diagonal. There's not a composition here that allows for 2 high digits. Limit your number of mistakes? No, you can make so many mistakes, and I love to. And the only thing that limits me from making mistakes is tomatoes. That's it. Is people throwing tomatoes to let me know that I've made a very silly error. So chat is the error checking here. Okay, chat, does that sound like a reasonable deduction? That I can't eat the lows here, and I can't eat the lows here. And if I did this as the 2, 3, 4 variant of this cage, I eat the lows. Okay, so I think I can't have the 2, 3, 4. I think that's not a possibility here. Oops. I think this is a 1, 2, 6. And I think that the 6 can't be here. I think the 6 is forced up here. So that puts a 6 on this diagonal, which is pretty cool, right? Because that eats. Okay, but does this all track? One of these has to be a 6 because I can't have double low here. I believe that to be true. In doing that, I've now eaten the 6s here. Because there's a 6 there. I think that means there's a 6 up here. So I've removed 6 from those, which we're 45 minutes in this puzzle because I keep stopping. The waves are because I keyed out the background. This is I'll show you what my ridiculous setup looks like, but I think it's funny. I just modified the CSS to make the background lime green. And so that at the moment is just a loop, like some video loop. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Okay, Michigan Josh, I appreciate that. You know, that's sometimes in debate class, that's sometimes what matters. It's not whether you're right or wrong, it's how convincing. So I'm a Sudoku rhetorician where I can make a strong case. It doesn't mean that it's right, but like I might solve the puzzle. I might clearly have an incorrect puzzle on screen, but yeah, I'll filibuster the Sudoku puzzle. That's why we're 45 minutes in and I have placed 1 digit because it's a filibuster here. Okay, what does that mean down here? That means down here that we have eliminated. So we said we can't have double low down here for the very same reasons. We can't have double low down here. That's okay. Now I'm scared if the so okay, I gotta think through this a step at a time and just make sure I'm about to say. I think the same rules apply, right? We've said we can't have double low here, or this 6 has nobody to go with. And so in this case as well, the high digit is on the diagonal. So this is a high-low sequence. I think the high digit is on this diagonal, and because we have eaten the 7, sorry, we've eaten the 6 up here, I think we eat the 7 down here. And so I think this variation down here is the 1, 2, 7 variation, and that 7, again, we can't have 1, 2 here, so we've got to have not this 7, and then we force the 7 up here, and that eats the 7 out of here, I think. Setter mode? Wait, sorry, where are you seeing setter mode? Oh, I'm sorry, Michigan Josh, I missed the thing you said. Oh, that is a very good strategy. I mean, that is a yeah, you know, these setters are not infallible, and they can make ridiculous. Basically, Jacqueline, he's dropping into the editor mode to just change it. It's like popping up the console in Doom, you know, and giving yourself infinite ammo or whatever. Okay, so I think this has very wide. Yeah, just turn on no clip, and you turn on no clip, you can put 9s out here. It's easy. So I think if everybody's comfortable with this, I think 1, it means that we definitely say these are low. And I think that lets us say that this is high. Excuse me, but because it's the lowest here, I don't think we have really anything to say about this. But I think we said that this 8-9 pair forces a 6-7 pair here. Is that? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This setter's pretty good, but it's like, it could be cooler. Like, it needs like a cool tornado animation. Is that, hang on. Hang on. Just give me, I just need one moment. If you could just give me one moment. I think let me see what I can do for you. Okay. Now we'll have a tornado in the background. We're gonna have thematic backgrounds here. Do I have a like flipping on? The problem is, how do we flip this? Because I want to be able to see the tornado on the other side. So I think we can do an effect filter. Whoa, cool. One of my nephews was obsessed with tornadoes when he was a little kid. Wait, who's this guy? Okay, well, I don't know that it's worth trying to reframe. Oh, Draclin, I'm already on it. In fact, TerrierDarts and I were working on using our Steam decks as customized Sudoku things. I would be interested in talking to you about this, though. I've been really trying to... I was trying to figure out what would be the perfect, like, Sudoku input device. It's a little more complicated than it seems at first blush. But... we could... Oh, no, if we're going screensaver, we're going definitely... I don't do Windows screensaver. I only do X screensaver, the greatest piece of software that JWZ has now been working on for like 40 years. When did the first version of this ship? First version was 1992. Just hit the 30th anniversary last year. What's cool now is I think... So unfortunately, I don't think they've been like ported to WebGL or anything, but I think most of them have YouTube captures. I love this software. It is amazing to me that he is still maintaining this. Also, he's such an interesting character. Ben, how's it going? It's my every few months I need some excuse to talk about X Screensaver and JWZ and how he is such a weird, interesting figure in the internet. He is the person we have to blame for like HTML in email. Is his fault. But then he like left tech and like has a famous club in San Francisco that I think still exists. But he's been maintaining this screensaver package for over 30 years. I thought there was kind of a cyclone or tornado. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, love this. Oh yeah, there's a pipes version. There's a pipes variant. Anything that you would see show up in... Do you think we can play this on loop? Wait, why is there audio? How do I... Okay, so if we do this, go, interact, do this. I don't know if I can loop it though, is the problem. Like YouTube doesn't just inherently loop things, does it? Oops. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, well, now we have important... I mean, I don't know if this is really what we want, but it's what Draclin wants. And Draclin is a VIP of the highest level. The veriest, importantest person. Yeah, it will. I had to do the weird thing in OBS where you go into interact mode in OBS, but I was able to right-click it inside that. So, okay. Our latest deduction got us an 8-9 pair here. And I think we decided that these have to be... that we do not allow... any repetition. Like, that this is the set 6, 7, 8, 9, and that these therefore have to be 8 and 9. I'm sorry, 6 and 7, which immediately knocks 3 and 4 out of here, does it not? Because 6 and 7 can only go with 1, 2. So we've knocked that out. So we get a 1, 2 pair here. We get a 3, 4 pair here. Okay, how do we feel about this? I'm feeling pretty good about this. And that feels right with this is now a 3, 4 pair because the 1, 2 pair on the... It's weird to think about pairs on a diagonal. I feel like I'm going to make a mistake, so please let me know if I make some grievous error. But I think that is true. That unfortunately puts no pressure on this. We are knocking 3 and 4. Well, we never thought 3 and 4 were on there. So we're not doing any such thing. This 1 does remove 1 from here, but I don't know if I care about that. Oops, removing 1 from here. And it's removing 1 from here. Do I care? Was that a guidance tomato that I'm supposed to be looking at this cage? I just want to think about the corners and make sure I got everything related to these. So this feels pretty correct. This, we're knocking 3, 4 off this diagonal, and that feels okay. We cleaned up these so that we know that they're going to go with the proper digits. We seem to have put 1. Seem to have crammed 1 up here somewhere. Is that a true statement? Well, we have 1 down here. Well, it feels like we've crammed 1 up here. And I don't even exactly know how this happened to me. Well, 1 here. I don't know if that means anything. Oh, awesome. Okay, Skojo, thanks. You didn't have to use Fistimophil's theorem. You didn't have to use any fancy ring. I like that stuff. I just, it's not. It doesn't come to second nature, and it does feel like there's got to be a. In a 2-star puzzle, I hope there's a path that doesn't require that. Okay, so yes, in revisiting this place, we see we have a major problem with having high digits here, right? Like they can't be. Okay, they can't be very high. So 6 and 7 immediately come off the line here. Which leaves this really as a 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it can still be 1, 2, 3. Well, we got to think about that a little bit. Okay, let's do this and then think about it. So we're definitely taking 6 and 7 off of here, right? So, given that this is a 3 and a 4, I guess we still have enough leeway here. It's pretty tight, though, isn't it? I mean, are any of these options, can you throw away any of these options? Like 3 plus 3 plus 1. Well, there's definitely 1 in here. We have said that. So it is, for example, not 3 plus 3 plus 1. Three plus 3. This 3 seems invalid to me. Is there a way to salvage this 3? 4 plus 3 is not going to work because we can't have a 0 here. 3 plus 3 plus 1 equals 7 is not going to work because the 1 is in here. So I don't think this 1, I don't think we can have that 1. I think that 1 is eliminated. And then even then, it feels like, guess you can still have 3 plus 1 plus 3. There's just so much pressure from all these lows, and then knowing there's a 1 in here, and that there's 2 low digits in here. There's 2 low digits. So what are you gonna put here? It still does feel possible to do 3 plus 1 plus... 3 plus... I'm trying to think of what doesn't live in here. But if it's like 3... I guess you don't have to have a 2 in here, right? So 2 could be out here, and that could be 1. So it could be 3, 1, 2 to get the 6. So I think you can still get the 6. Let's taking stock of our lows. Not really said anything about these. Like, you know, we're gonna have opinions up here based on what. Oh wait, we know this. We know this is an 8-9 pair, right? Didn't we say explicitly that whatever is here, which currently is true. A 3-4 pair is here, and then we just said because of this 6-7 pair, this just is an 8-9 pair. I forgot we said that. Sorry, I forgot. Okay, that's nice. Do we know like which 8, 9? Should we color those? Like it almost feels like, you know, this digit. It'd be kind of interesting to force this below 8 or 9. Just. I don't think I see how to do that. But we know there's a 1, 2 along here. And we know we've got to account for 1, 2 and 6, 7, but I just don't think we quite know the composition. Like do we? Like as far as like, does the 1 go with the 6 or does the 2 go with the 7? But it feels possible. I mean, it's very possible to have a 2-7, but it seems equally possible to have a 2-6. So I don't know that we've like plucked that apart yet. Oh wait, okay, I'm sorry. Didn't we have other things to say about this? About we reduced this to a 1, 2. I thought I had some opinion about maybe I didn't. Maybe it really does still have all of these options. It's more limited than this actually, but I'm trying to decide if I need to pencil mark it. The idea is like if you have the 1 here, you have a lot of options over here. You have 2, 7 or 3, 6. If you have the 2 here, you only have 7, 1. But in either order, but I don't know that that actually helps you simplify these pencil marks. Well, there's a 1 here, so we know there's not a 1 here, right? Okay. Well, I felt like I had some momentum, and then of course I lost it completely. We haven't thought about this cage at all. This cage has 7 billion options. So I don't even want to look at this cage. I don't want to think about it. I wanted the cage out of my life. This cage, can we think about like knowing that we do have I want the 7 down here to force 7 out of here, but I don't see it. I'm sorry, you mean this specific arrow or this arrow? Sorry. Or both arrows. It feels like there's an interplay here of like what the options are. It also feels like this arrow, yeah, and it also feels like they're, oh, okay, well my options are pretty tight, right? I guess I should just think about them. like what is gonna go here. That is definitely not a 1. If a 2 goes here, and this is the 1. Okay, do you have a 2 here if you can't have a 1 here? What did I say? I said you could. You could have a 3 here. Right? It is possible to do 3 plus 1 plus 3 equals 6. It does feel like this is low. And it's not 1. And it's not 4. Is this only 2, 3? It's definitely not 1. As soon as it's 4, you have problems. If it's 2, you could do 4 plus 1 plus 2 equals 7. Or 3 plus 1 plus 3 equals 7. Wait, how am I making 6? I'm not making 6, am I? If this is 3, the only... Am I making 6? Oh, it's 3, 1, 2. 3 plus 1 plus 2. I can still make 6. Is there another option here that I'm missing? Or some other restriction here? So 3 plus 1 plus 2 is 6. Or 3 plus 1 plus 3 is 7. Or 3 plus 2... Well, that's too many. Wait, does that mean this is never a 2? I'm definitely confusing myself. Okay, is this... All right, Jacqueline. See you later. I'm starting to worry that I'm messing up my pencil marks. So just to be clear, I've got a 3, 4, and I've got a 1, 2, and I'm trying to get to 6, 7. But I can't repeat that 1 out here. And so my options, I think, are 4 plus 1 plus 2 as the only way with a... That's the only way to use a 4, is with a 1 plus 2. For 3, if I do 3 plus 2 here, then I'm not using... I don't have a 2 here. So I'm not doing 3 plus 2 plus 2 to get to 7. I can do 3 plus 1 plus 2 to get to 6, or 3 plus 1 plus 3 to get to 7. I don't think there's a 2 in here. Is that the thing that it should be very obvious that I'm like laboring? I know that where it's like, yeah, there's no 2 there, and then I try to. Okay, yeah, Michigan Josh, I think you're right. I think it is just I don't know why. Why do I always go about this the weirdest way? But yes, the other way to think about this, where you don't have to go through every option, is to just say, put a 2 here and see what happens. If you minimize these 2, knowing that you can't repeat the 2, you've overshot it. So I believe this is a 1. Okay, thanks for pointing me in that direction. And by the way, for anybody, that is I do prefer, I try to really do it. I definitely miss things, especially on stream. I feel like I'm more apt to miss things, but I don't ever want to be just told outright what it is. But like the idea of pointing me in the right direction by either calling out a box or throwing tomato is totally welcome. I do appreciate that. So thank you for just the right amount of hint, Michigan Josh. And then, obviously I will overthink it and arrive at a conclusion that should have been obvious instantly. That's just my, it's my way. Okay. Did that 1 do anything fun for us? Wait. No, that 1 is still, that doesn't force this one or the other. We're still okay, right? Because we can, and that doesn't disambiguate this. Because 3, 1 is 4, which could get us to 6 or 7. So sorry, I was about to say like, oh, we know this, but we actually don't. We don't know this just yet. Or do we? Because of the options that remain. This feels complicated. And what I mean is like this combination of digits, like 1, 2, 7, here and 127 here? How do you... I guess you can still do that. I guess they just have to be the opposite. Maybe there's not actually a restriction there. Maybe it is possible to have 2, 7, and 7, 2. And then the 1 goes here, and it's fine. Okay, so maybe that's not the thing to think about. But one of those is, you know, the balance is paid by this, the other low digits. What does that do with the 4, by the way? We don't really have a sense of that, do we? There's one more low digit in this world. I guess you could kind of ask, like, do you think this is the 4? And the answer is no, right? Like, what's your minimum here now? This digit's not lower than 5, is it? Depending on what goes on in here, you could end up with a 2, 3 to get the 5. So that's not where the low digit is. But other than that, I don't really see a major restriction. I just had that feeling like, there's like one more thing you got to do over here. There's like one more deduction to be made. What is it? In terms of the other high digits, we haven't found a way to like bring our high digit knowledge in here yet. At least not yet. We do have this 2. No, we have a 1 looking down there that I don't want to forget about. Maybe I'll mark that. 1 is looking that way. 2 and 6 are looking this way. In this case, 1 is looking this way. 2 and 7 are looking that way. I want to get rid of the 7 here. Numbers pairing on the whisper. Oh, am I missing some extremely obvious thing as far as oh, wait a second. Okay. Sorry, I just got a text. The numbers pairing on the whisper, I think we said they were forced to be optimal. Is that true? Like the whispers in box 5 is what you're asking about? Like, I think we said they were forced to be optimal. So I did the cleanup so that we have the 3, 4 with the higher digit, but I get the feeling that you are hinting at me that we are, that there's an additional constraint to be made. And so, is there some fun thing about when you force this one way, it breaks going this way? What would cause a malfunction here? Like if you use the 2 to get to a 7, you would be, if you use the 2, okay, sorry. If you use the 2, leaving a 1 here, and you get to a 7 here, you're gonna have a bad day. So you can't use the 2 if you want to arrive at a 7. Is that where we're working? Was that what we're working towards? That if if I use the 2, which I don't necessarily have to. Okay, I definitely see there's pressure there. Sorry. So the issue here being, if I put a 2 here, there's a 1 here, which means this would have to go with the 6. But if I'm making my way up to 7 and I use a 2, so our only option for 4, our only option to have a 4 down here was 4 plus 1 plus 2. We have to minimize 4 plus 1 plus 2 equals 7. But we've just, in that scenario, we have just eaten the 2 and we put a 7 here. So we end up with a 7 and a 1. And what Michigan Josh is kindly reminding me is that we previously said our pairs have to be optimal. We have to have 1 with 6, we have to have 2 with 7, we have to have 3 with 8, we have to have 4 with 9. Like, that's the only way this structure seems like it will work. I hope that is a true statement. So I think the deduction there is that this is not a 4, because I think 4 just implicitly breaks this. 4 plus 1 is 5. Minimize this plus 2 equals 7. Seems on the surface to work, but now we have 2, 7, 1, which is broken. So oh my gosh, do we actually get another digit? Am I prepared to do that? Does that seem right? Thanks. Thank you so much. Okay, this goes for Michigan Josh, and for Jagger, and for Skojo, and for Jojo, and for everybody who watches that is so patient with me. I really am grateful for that. It is I left that last stream like so heartened by how like patient and kind everybody was while I was very slowly grinding through that puzzle. And I really want to express my gratitude for that, of how kind and patient everyone it is, because I know from experience how frustrating it can be, even if you like the streamer or person making the video, how frustrating it can be to watch someone just like, oh, can't you just see this one thing? I really appreciate it. I really do. And I think that I just know about myself. And it's funny because the thing I absolutely know about myself with programming is programming on stream, it's just guaranteed that my IQ drops by like 20 points. Just because some part of my brain is worried about like, okay, it's thinking about the stream, is the bit rate good, keep an eye on chat, all of those things. And it's fine, and I'm aware of that. But very frequently on stream, I will be stumped by some dumb programming problem that as soon as the camera turns off, I instantly understand it. And so I'm not trying to say I'm like incredible at Sudoku with the camera off, but I know I'm extra bad with the camera on. Yeah, so that was one of the reasons I really am into the tomatoes, because it's sort of like, I often wish, even before I even thought about streaming Sudoku or even thought about doing variant Sudoku, when I watched Cracking the Cryptics for years, I was thinking like, man, I wish this was like a live stream and you could just like kind of like shine a spotlight of where Simon should look. Should we make a spotlight heat? That would be pretty cool. Maybe our next heat plugin will be like a little spotlight that shines everywhere. Okay, I believe that we force a 3 here. The problem is, well, we certainly force the 4 here, which is good. Forcing, because we have said we have to have these perfect pairs, the 4 has to go with 9 and the 3 has to go with 8. That like weirdly doesn't do anything over here yet. Oh my gosh, I really literally could have 3 in the corner, 3 in the spotlight losing its religion. That would be okay. I feel like that's a thing we have to do. I think that's a requirement now. So we know we have a 3 and a 1. The issue is what? The issue is if we go 3 plus 1 to get to 4. So if we go 4 plus 2, we get a 6 with a 1, and that's fine. And if we go 4 plus 3 to get the 7, we will have used a 3 here and put a 7 there, but then the 2 is still available, so I might be mistaken, but this doesn't seem untangled yet. Let me go through that one more time. 4 plus 2 lets me have a 6-1, plus 3 still allows for a 7-2. So I'm not... It doesn't quite feel to me like that is addressed at this moment. Okay, so what else do we have going on? So that's good. That locked in quite a few things, which is very satisfying. So because that forced all of these. So this diagonal is looking pretty good. We understand the nature of this diagonal. We just don't quite know how to untangle the 6 and the 7. And the problem is I still don't know where the 1 and the 2 are, like, in relationship to, like, on the diagonal. We know the 6 is up here and the 7 is down here. It still feels like there's room for the 1 and 2 to sort of be in either place. So I'm not so sure about that. Those whispers still feel like they're doing their thing. These, even if we learn something about this, it's only going to put so much pressure here. Just having these so low, unless we like place a 6 or something. And kind of annoyingly, well, we did... I still feel like I don't really... I'm not really seeing how to do any damage here. It feels like we're starting to get into some scenarios where you kind of like mush things places. Like what I'm thinking about is this cell here, like this little secret passageway under here, and knowing that we have an 8 here and an 8-9 pair up here, but I don't think that's enough information yet to like squish something over here. It doesn't seem... It's like... Well, we know the 4 is not in here. We've said as much, and we already didn't think it was up here, but now it's just definitely not up there. So we do get the other low digit is down here somewhere. Let's go do I need to make like chat tomato commands? Is that what I need? I mean, I could make I'm very tempted to make a Sudoku extension. Has anybody made that for Twitch yet? Like a Sudoku extension where you can just like click on it, even on mobile, and spam the spam an alert. It would be a little hard to incorporate in a Sudoku pad, but definitely not impossible. Okay, I'm sorry. You're saying tomato to row 7, column 3. This fellow? Am I looking in the wrong place? The battleship notation I have a hard time with. Okay, what obvious thing am I missing here? Oh, that's a big number. And that's a low number. That seems hard to do. Thank you for... Okay, yeah. So this is another one of those things that... I mean, if I made one, Skojo, would you use it? Would you use a little... The trick would be... Do you use Sudoku pad for solving? The challenge would be incorporating that, but it wouldn't be impossible. Okay, so this is funny because I said this very early on the kind of implications of these little tips relative to the cells they end up with. And this is a very extreme, we have a very extreme version of that where we have the highest low digit paired with the lowest high digits. So would you like that? Skojo, do you have any interest, or do you have any interest in getting like chat feedback while you're solving, or no? Okay, so what that means is if we minimize this, it's 4 plus 1 plus 2 equals 7. I don't think we get any lower than that. Like, what are we gonna do? And we already said that. Does that mean we know the order? I guess because of this one. So is it 4 plus 2 plus 1 equals 7? Is there another way to do this? Well, that has very wide-reaching implications. That seems to like untangle a tremendous amount of stuff. Hell yeah, you would like that. I mean, I think it would be cool. What it would, in my mind, what it would mean, it would be a very, very specific kind of extension. But I wonder if I could do it without needing a backend. That would be ideal. Maybe with the Twitch pub sub setup. Okay, I'll think about that. I think that would be cool. The last thing I need is more projects, but you know. Also, I need more projects. So we've ruled 2 out of here, which means this is definitely 136, which is good. That's what I wanted it to be, honestly. So I think we now are just saying this is a 3-6 pair. What are the other implications of this? So we're good there. We have now reduced this to a 6, which is definitely a 3 plus 1 plus 2 situation. That feels good. There's a 2 on this 8, so these 2 digits have to add to 6. Well, it still feels like you could get away with quite a few versions of that, right? I mean, there's not that many. But 5-1 still seems possible. 4-2 seems possible. I guess those are the options, right? Wait, didn't we say that is this essentially a 3-cell 8 cage? Didn't we say there's always a 1 in there? Now I forgot. What did we say is like 8 in 3 digits is? Does the same logic apply here? Why did I think it didn't? Let me think about that for 1 second. So we want to say, oh, well, we can't make 4-2 because we just did that. So it does apply. This is just 5-1, and we know the order. Is that correct? Like how else? So we have 2 on this 8. We have to make 6 in here. No, you can. It's not true. I'm sorry. You definitely can repeat on an arrow. That logic does not hold out when the arrow has a little zigzag in it. But we do know it is 5-1 or 4-2. And if it were 5-1, it would be this way. But it seems like 4-2 still has the possibility to go the other way. It's probably very obvious. I don't know. I really am trying to internalize these things, so I'm spending a little extra time thinking about them. Yeah, right. Michigan Josh, right. Had there not been a zig, it would be true. But of course, in this case, you can have duplicates. But it does mean there's only 2 options. So I do think that seems worth pencil marking. And of course, I want to take every opportunity to mark a low digit. And TerrierDarts likes to do. Where is TerrierDarts today? Probably throwing darts at the pub. Okay, so what do we feel about that? So that gets us a little bit of something here. It means we are not required to have a 1 there, although it seems, I don't know. It's moderately likely, right? Because we pushed a 1 up there. There's either a 1 on this arrow or it's just floating out in the ether. Nobody wants that. In terms of the 9 land, we want 8. We want 8 in 2 digits without using a 6. So that knocks 6, 2. We want 8 in 2 digits without using a 6. So 7 and 1 are okay. 2 and 6 are not okay. 3 and 5 are okay. But if it were 3, 5, it would specifically have to be the 5 here. The 3 here and the 5 here. So this is either 5, 3 specifically in this orientation, or it's 7, 1. Is there any other option for this line? So again, we're trying to make 8 in 2 digits, which is 7, 1, which seems okay, 6, 2, which is not available to us, or 3, 5, which is fine if it is in a specific orientation. So this feels like I'm looking in the wrong place, is what it feels like to me. And we don't know the layout. We don't know the lay of the land here. Still feels like we know so little about this cage. Okay, the 3, 6, 1. Does that tell us anything interesting about here? We did, okay. It does tell us a couple interesting things, actually. We have the 1 and 2 here. The 3 is definitely here or here, and because of that we've bumped the 4 down here. So that is certainly all of our low digits accounted for, right? So these are definitely high digits. We probably already knew that, but just to state it. That's not true. I think it's not true because I think this still could be a 5, right? There was a world in which this could be a 5 still. Or is there? No, there's 1, 2, and 3 here. So the lowest digit the 3 up here. But okay. Minimizing this is a 4. The lowest this can be is a 4, so how could you ever have 6 here? Does that logic check out? Your minimum value is a 4 here. So even if you go as low as you go, you get 6. So I don't think you can have a 6 here. Oops. Am I prepared to say that? You could have a 5 here, but you can't have a 6 here. So we said you could have a 4. I think you can have a 5. You can't have a 6 there. And then again, you can't have a 7 there because it's too high. So this is either 7 or 8. Does that check out? So it is high after all, which is all I really want. That's all I really want, is to color the, I did that completely backwards. Color the grid. That means, that's not that exciting, is it? It means we have a high-low pair over here, but not super excited about that. Why do I keep doing that? What is wrong with me? I called it out and then I did it again. Let's try this one more time. That is low. That is high. Oh my gosh. I can't. I need an auto coloring script. There's seriously something wrong with the relationship between my brain and my mouth and my hand. And if my mouth and my brain are going at the same time, my hand will just do whatever it wants. This is whatever it feels like, you know? Just have a good time. Okay, we had some thoughts about the 3, but I don't know that we care that much about it. The placement of the 3. We did get this. Oh no, what is... Okay, where are we looking? Are we looking... The tomatoes are flying hard and fast. This checks out, right? I mean, other than my inability to color things, I think we're okay here. Okay, thanks. So the implication for that is that the 6 does get bopped around, which is nice. And knocks 3 up here. I don't know if I really care about that yet, but I keep saying it, so 4's bops down there. I mean, the remaining digits here just don't feel tremendous. Maybe I'm missing something really obvious, but the remaining digits don't feel super fun in that land. We have, I mean, this is not the most useful deduction on Earth, but we have decided that this line is not that it could ever, normally the minimum would be 1 plus 2 equals 3. 1 and 2 are not available to us here. So the next, and actually 3 is, we've said 3 is, okay, 3 could be on it. So you could have 3, 4 and get a 7, right? Is that a problem for anyone? If we had the 3 here and the 4 here, you could get a 7. So I think we can say this is high and it is 7, 8, 9. Oops. And then you really don't have a lot of low options up here, do you? Your minimal value here is 3. If it's not 3, the next available value is 5. And 1, 2, and 3 are eaten out of here. So if you had a 5 here, 1, 2, 3. You could have a 4 here still for the 9. There's a 4 in here, right? So, right, because we said the 4 we pushed down here, 3 is pushed up here. But actually, unfortunately, it does seem possible to have a 5 up here with your 4 to get a 9. So, but a 6, you're in trouble. Let me go through that one more time. Obviously, you can't be 1, 2, or 4. You can be a 3. Seems fairly easy to make a 3, 4, 7 happen. If you're not a 3 up here, you're not a 4, could be a 5. If you're a 5, I think you can just get, because there's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, you could still get a 4. You could have a 5 plus 4 equals 9. Your next option up here is a 6, and the 3 is not available here. So this feels like this can only be 3 or 5. And if that is true, what does that tell us about anything? This can't be 1 or 2 or 3. It could be 4. 4 seems fine. It could be 5 with the 3. No, it can't be 5. It can be 1 or 2 or 3. It can be 4. It cannot be 5. It cannot be 6. It cannot be 7. Well, it can't be, I mean, it could be 7 given the row, but then 7 plus 3 would be 10. So is that 4? So 4 here, but weirdly lets you still have these options. So a 4, 3 to get a 7, or 4, 5 to get a 9, which knocks an 8 out of here, oddly. Finally disambiguates this, which is nice. Corners the 3 a little bit. Doesn't do much. We do need to be thinking about this, actually. Given the 7 here, because we do have a little bit more pressure here. I mean, the 1 here is not very helpful in a German whisper, but we do know now that it is 6, 8, or 9. So there's at least a little bit of a constraint. We do have a... We seem to... Well, it's not a given yet. Like, it kind of feels like we want the 5 low and high here, but I guess it's not a requirement at this juncture. That is a low digit, though. Can I actually color it low? Apparently. That means that in this row, we have used all of our low digits, so this is going to be a high digit. And if it is a high digit, it is a 7, 8, or 9, because the 6 has been eaten. So we have 3 lows. We're missing so the additional low is the 3, and it's definitely up here. And in fact, it's here or here. The additional high is something else, and the 5 feels like there's still a world where we could get away with having it in either place. Okay, I have that sneaking feeling like I added a digit that had implications that I may have missed the implications while pencil marking. So I do want to do a quick check and just see if we've... Not that I'll see, you know, I'll probably miss it, but I want to at least take a short pencil mark journey just to see if there's anything new and exciting that has emerged in the world. Like, we got these pairs that are a little bit interesting, but not that interesting. Yeah, 3 in this row is definitely over here. Still have not looked at this 12 cage, but I'm still like deliberately not looking at it. It still feels like, even, you know, we can knock things out of one cell, but right now they can just escape up. If we could get a 9 here, for example, we could at least knock 9 out of it, but it just doesn't feel to me like we're quite there yet. I could be very wrong about that, but that's my feeling. So, okay, if I don't think it's the cage, we've got a pretty good idea of all the arrows at this point, but definitely not there all the way. In terms of doing Sudoku like a crazy person, we have the 1 here and the 1 up there. But I don't know. That doesn't seem tremendously useful. I love these tomatoes. Okay. What are we looking at? Over here? Okay, let me just think about like if there's something very obvious. So we pushed 3 up there, that seems fine. We pushed the 4. Well, I hadn't really considered that. I don't know. 6 of 4 up here. I don't know if anybody cares about that. Probably not. 5 we know so little about. 6. Oh. We just place a 6. I don't know why I hesitate when I see that, and it's like, I don't know, it's like it's trying to trick me. Wait, what is that tomato for? What am I? What does the tomato thrown at the line tool mean? Okay, we got a 6, and that's exciting. Everybody loves getting a 6. That gets 3 of our high digits here, which is kind of interesting. Where's our 9 gonna end up in here? Who knows? 7 we know so very little about. 8 we really know very little about. And 9 we know little about. Okay, sorry. Was there actually a meaningful tomato thrown in this neck of the woods? Is that a thing that happened? I mean, other than limiting these to 7, 8, 9, I don't know that I immediately see an exciting realization. And okay, we're thinking of it's like the game, you know, I don't know, it's like I'm warm or cold. It's like okay, what are we thinking about over here? Oh. No, that's not true. I mean, we have the 2 cornered. And the 9 cornered. But the 9 could still sneak into here like a weirdo, though, right? Like, so our remaining low digit is a 2, and it's up here. Sorry, I think I'm not. Maybe I'm just not looking at the right thing. these tomatoes are okay. Oh, okay. Why am I so bad at this? Why am I so bad at this? Oh my gosh. Why? You know, I really need to work on the yes and of Sudoku, right? Like I'm glad you're having a good time with the tomatoes. I need to work on the there's a 2 up here. For some reason I was just like, oh, there's a 2 up here. Who cares? I care. I definitely care. Why? Okay. That's just the thing I know I need to work on. I need to really work on understanding that the setters of these puzzles, I think they want deductions to lead to deductions. And so the reason, at least what I think, the reason for the tomato storm currently is we don't know much about 2 in box 7, but we know it's squished up here in the corner. And that means for row 7, 2s are spoken for. And so this fun line over here, where we're trying to make an 8, we have just pulled 2 off of that line. And so if we pull 2 off of that line and then go back to the idea of the thing we were trying to do was effectively make 6 and 2 digits because we already had a 2 here, we suddenly have lost our 4-2 option. We had previously said that if it was 5-1, we knew the configuration, and the configuration is that. Josh, I'm glad you're having a good time. Maybe one day I won't feel like a complete embarrassment. when I do Sudoku on stream. Okay, this helps a little up here because that is going to help us figure out the 9, I think, knowing that similarly, it's not as helpful, unfortunately, because we're trying to make 8 in 2 cells, and one of our options was 5, 3, and we know the order of that. Our other option was 7, 1. We didn't know the order of that. Now we do. So not only can we remove 1 from this side, we can remove 7 from this side. That really kind of squishes things here. As far as, let's make that green. We hadn't really considered this, but there's a 5 up here. We had talked about it, at least. Okay, implications for that here, because we haven't placed, other than the 1, we still have all our low digits to place. We know 2 is over here, and then it's a question of where do we put 3 and 4. So to put that another way is like, we know we've got to place our low digits, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've placed the 1. We generally have placed the 2. There, you might say like, okay, well, you could still have something else here, but 3 and 4 are already in this box. And so does that force a 3-4 pair here? Because is that true? Is that a true thing to say? I'm going to walk through that a little bit. It's not even that hard of a deduction, but now I'm very paranoid that I'm going to make silly mistakes. In row 7, we have 1 and we have 2 placed over here. We need, out of these 4 digits, we need to place 3 and 4. 3 and 4 are never going to be there. So I think 3 and 4, there's a 3-4 pair just lurking in the darkness here, and we know the order of it, I think. So that's a 3, that's a 4. Lurking in the shadows, a bunch of creepy weirdos. That does take the 4 out of there. It also, okay, also, that is interesting in terms of, so I think that gets us a 2-9 pair here, which is going to be at least a little interesting as far as this German Whisperer. I mean, a little bit interesting. That's what a weird layout, actually. So that gives us a 2-9 pair here. That's going to pull the 9 from here. Let me make sure I'm saying this right. That's going to pull the 9 from here. 2 and 9 are locked up over here. So this becomes, I guess, a 5, 6, 8 triple, but not, you know, 5's not over here. We know that because it's on the German Whisper. And then we know the 5 is over here. We haven't really locked 5 anywhere cool over here. I guess it does. Not that we ever thought it was. It's making this feel a little more likely, I guess, but it doesn't. It's certainly not. It's increasing the probability of this, I guess, but it's not. It's certainly not. It's certainly not forcing it. Okay, and either of these options are still valid because 1 is the most permissive number on a German Whisper. I guess it's of the same permissiveness as a 9, maybe, but they're very permissive numbers. So, with 5 being the least permissive because it just can't go on there, and 4 and 6 being the next least permissive because they can only be next to, you know, they have limited options of what they can be next to. So, given that, that feels exciting for this row. That's like vaguely exciting for this row. Is that cool for anybody else? So we're down to either 1, 7 or 3, 5 here. We're like zeroing in on a range of possibilities. Like we know there's a 3 or a 7. So does that mean we can rule out any possibility that doesn't have... There's either a 3 or a 7 for sure in that 12 gauge. So that seems to rule this out. It allows this, it allows this, it rules this out. It allows this. It does not allow this. So it does at least help us reduce these options. I want to be sure I did that right. There's no 3 or 7. There's no 3 or 7. There's no 3 or 7. There is a 3, there is a 7, there is a 7, there's a 3. Okay. Given those, is there any other interesting constraint that might be helpful to us? Especially given the nature of this column. Like, for example, if something had to pair with a 3 and a 7, that was also in this column. But I don't see that at the moment. If there is, I'm not seeing it. Maybe that's worth more scrutiny. But I don't see it right this second. At least we get a little bit of reduction of optionality in there. Okay, wait. What was where were those tomatoes aimed? The tomatoes they came fast and heavy. Oh, well, 1s and 5s are not in here. Is that what we're talking about? We have fully ruled out 1s and 5s completely from the cage. So that is, we also have to rule out 1s, right? There's no possibility of having 1s. And there's no possibility of having 5s. So we actually know it. Wow. Funnily enough, that can still be a 3 or a 7. I kind of want to do this one more time. Just to say, like, I want things that have... okay, let's try it this way. Please forgive me while I do this ridiculous way. I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around this tool. I want to say there's a 3 or there's a 7 and there's not 1s and there's not 5s. It doesn't really give you the option for an or, you know, which is kind of what you want. But that gets us down to here, but it's not this one because that's, yeah, we can roll that one out. So it is 2, 3, 7, I think. So that's handy. So these digits are 2, 3. Nope. Oh, we also are going to, we have the 3 there looking at stuff. So this will be 2, 3, 7, and the 3 is knocked out of here. Yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you. That is very helpful. It's funny. I don't know. It's just the silly way my brain is working with these puzzles. That is something I very clearly thought about and probably even said earlier on. Is like, well, right now we don't have anything looking at this. And my thought was like, okay, later we're going to have stuff looking at this. And now we do. And I just didn't process it. These 2s are really staring over there, huh? We have forced a 2 up here, right? There's a 2 in here. Is that a true statement? There's not a configuration here that doesn't have a 2 to get the 2, 3, 7. So I think we finally get a 6, and we finally get a 1, and we finally get a 2 here. And that's the 2 that goes on the diagonal. So we finally get a 7 here, and we finally get a 1 here. Get the 2 here. This untangles. This untangles to the 7, which went with the 3. That's exciting. So that got us our diagonals. With the 2, we get 7, 8, or 9. Actually, 7 or... Wait, where's... Oh, there's a 7 right next to it. This is what happens if I don't color my digits. I've already known this. I've already... Okay, whatever. German Whisperer aside, there's only one high digit left in here. So that's very exciting. And then we end up with what? A 3-5 pair here. And we know the order. Okay, I do have to take a moment to colorize, but we'll call that an 8. We'll call that a 9. We get the 7 here with the 3 is the 4. We do roll the 4 out of there. We knock the 5 out of here, which seems to force the 5 here. Oh, did I make a mistake? Okay. Oh, your daughter's welcome. Your daughter's very welcome to throw tomatoes. Oh, I had the robot face. Oh, sorry, the tomato layer is beneath the robot face. I want to make that robot face. I think it's time to do this. My main problem is I only have 7,000 unfinished projects, and I want to have 10,000 unfinished projects. So I do want to make like a little physical robot for the audio meter, and not just have a thing in the corner, but like a little weirdo that just sits back there on the table or something and is doing the same thing. I think we got to do that. Okay. Anyway, what was I even talking about? We were going to do... What were we going to do? I think we were just about to place a 5 here. Is that true? I think so. And then we're going to end up with a 6-8 pair. So we got a 6-8 pair. Okay, it does feel like things are like, I don't know, winding down. We have most things figured out except the order of this, but all of our other clues are done, which is very dark news because it means we're going to have to start doing Sudoku. My only weakness. It's not my only weakness. Ones and ones and one. One and one. Why am I so bad at Sudoku? Okay. That does give us the 5 here, and the 5 we wanted to pair with the 3 to give us the 8. That knocks this 3 out of here. So we get a 2-7 pair there. So 1s are all happy. 2s, I feel like they gotta be fairly close, but I guess they're not quite. This 2 is, isn't it? I have very little Sudoku confidence, I have to say. Or 2s or 3s. See, I'm not like... Skojo wakes up at 5 a.m. every day and does 7,000 crunches while doing scanning Sudoku puzzles. Every day. It's like Olympic Sudoku training. And I just don't have what it takes for that. I'm not as young as I used to be. But I'm also not as old as I will be, so that's an important thing to remember. 5s are... I don't know. 5s are dumb. Not happy with 5s. 6s, though. How do we feel about 6s these days? Okay, I apparently can't see digits that are not the right color. Okay, does that help? No, maybe. Oh, we still had that 8, 9 there, though, lurking. So few 9s in the world. Okay. I didn't say what kind of crunches. Oh, you think I should put a digit here? I don't know. You think so? It could be anything. It could be literally anything. All I know is that it needs to be green. That's my one aesthetic choice when it comes to that particular column. This column also feels like a green digit. This column feels more like it's a 7. What is funny row? What are you? Are you also a 6-8? You're not. You're just a 6. You're an 8. So you're the 6. Do we know everything about 6s yet? Sometimes I feel like we should know every single thing there is to know about 6s. That's a 6 next to a 1, so everything's checking out. Okay, finally, time to break out the Fistamafel ring. I really, actually, I really should. I've put no effort into just becoming... In fact, I think I'm worse at just playing Sudoku than I ever was, because there was a time 15 years ago that I did Sudoku somewhat regularly. I've just lost, like, pretty basic Sudoku skills, and I just feel so slow and clumsy in a puzzle when it's time to do Sudoku, because I'm just so not interested in it. What are you? 8, 7. I mean, I don't know. Compared to, like, watching Cracking the Cryptic and seeing Simon when it's just time to do Sudoku, and how he just, like, blazes through the whole puzzle and fills out the grid instantly once there's no ambiguity anymore. And I'm just like, is that... Wait, why did I make that? That's the wrong color. Wrong. There's no world in which that is. Okay, you're 9. You're not a 9. 7, 8, 9. Where's the 5 here? I'm feeling about 5s these days. Pretty good. Pretty good about 5s. I'm feeling about 8s over here, 9s over here, and some 7, 8 pairs. Nobody likes you. I mean, you're 9. And you're what? 2 and 7? What are you? That's wrong. Wait, what did I do? Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, what did I do? That's not right. It's 2, 7 and something else. What else is missing here? 4. 4, 4, 4. Okay, sorry. 2, 7, and 4. And that does get to be... Is that right? Now I'm paranoid again. Good grief. 2, 7, 4. Low digits. High digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 8 and 9. 8, 9. 1, 2, 2. 6 and 7 and 8. Okay. High digits, low digits, high digits, high digits. We actually confirmed these add up. I think we did. I think those are all okay. I feel like that's good. Hooray! Okay, where's the I have yet to add this important feature, the golf clap. You people are too kind. I just took an hour and 28 minutes to solve a puzzle that probably should have taken 28 minutes, but hey, it was fun. Thanks for the help. I do appreciate it. I really do appreciate that, like pointing me in the right direction. I feel like I'm like at the skill level now where I can generally like reason through the thing if I know where to reason. And I absolutely know I need to work on that idea of when a new thing is added to the grid, what are the implications of that new thing? I have a hard time with that in a way that is pretty silly. But that was fun. I like that puzzle. I think that I thought it was good, and I like the interplay of everything. I thought there were some interesting implications, especially, I mean, to me, the part of this puzzle that was like the coolest part, that wasn't just like, I don't even know how to put this. There's probably terminology for this, but like, once we got the break-in, I think was the coolest part, right? Like understanding the relationships of that the German whispers caused with kind of the like high-low pattern that were forced. And then as soon as you get that, the pressure that is put on the diagonals, and this really interesting interplay, I guess, is what I'm talking about, between the relationship of the high digit to the low digits in these boxes, and that was just a set of all the low digits, and these were, because the diagonals, these were a set of all the high digits, and it pushed these things to the corners. That was very cool, and that to me was like the special part of this puzzle. And not, I don't know, it sounds like I'm being critical or mean when I say this, but I don't mean it this way. It's just like once you get past that part, it felt like the break-in is really where like the cool, inventive part of this puzzle was. And then once you got past that, it felt fairly standard, if that's a reasonable way to put it. Like once you got your mind around that initial set of constraints. So I need to logic masters. Yeah, but I like your distraction. I like the distractions. I like having company. I'm gonna call that. Wait, this is the wrong puzzle. Okay, sorry. What puzzle is this? What puzzle were we doing? Mini cyclone. How did I lose mini cyclone? I mean, I guess I would agree with that. That would be. This compared to the racetrack one, which I thought really was incredibly inventive all the way through. This had an inventive intro. And again, not that it's bad, it's just that beyond the intro, it did not feel quite as inventive. And that sounds like a mean criticism, and I definitely don't mean it that way. Okay, so once we've done this, I refuse to type in digits categorically. And instead I need to just... Should I just do that right now instead of saying I need to over and over again? I need to. Let's just do the copy thing, right? I need to just do it. So what is the thing people like? It's like violent monkey, or... Doesn't this seem weird? I hope this is a good thing to do. I hope this is smart. Okay, we have violent monkey. If I want to create a new script, Sudoku, pad, copy. Save. I don't know. How do we Why didn't that update this? Edit. So how do you think this works? Well, the author is me. It's me. I'm the author. How author? Kind of funny that that wasn't in here, right? Author is not included here. It's me. I don't know how any of this works, but does anybody know how to work this? Do you think it just already ran? Like, how do I force it? How do I force this to run? Like run at document start or something? I don't know how to do this. I mean, I don't think it's working. What oh, do I need to like have a URL? That's probably what you have to do, right? Like have some way to say yeah, like the match rules. How do you think this works? Violent, so user script match. Sudoku pad app. Do you think it's just an issue of Dracula? I did. It was a good puzzle, and now I'm just trying to add features to the Sudoku app. So I think it is a match thing, right? Like, is this all it takes? Be nice to have like some help with this. I mean, it's showing this match sort of like, I don't want to match that fully, so you would assume that it's a wild card. What do you think I'm doing wrong? Do I probably, maybe I need to like have some other grants or something? That's a good point, if it is regex. So like some... Doesn't seem like it has to be regex. Unless it is like, I mean, that's just a base 64 encoded something. There's not additional slashes. Are there? There's a slash there. Is it like slash 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 or something? Like, these URLs are kind of nightmarish. Maybe somebody else has just written a Sudoku pad. Okay, yes. Can we just steal this this match? I see. Okay. I'm stealing these. I'm stealing. Sorry, everybody. You're seeing a crime happen right before your eyes. And grant is seemingly none. So namespace, I don't know if namespace matters. No idea. I could make a, that's probably the thing to do, right? Is make a, and then we had a run at start. I feel like the changes I made on that other page didn't show up. Okay, so save this. Problem is you kind of want it to be like when you, it may matter when we run it. Like if, it shouldn't actually. Like the event should be fine whether or not. Sudoku pad copy enabled. We did it, everybody. So I need to make a GitHub gist, I guess. Just cram this in here, maybe. What do you think the well, that doesn't need to be secret though. Can I make it? How do I non-secretify this? I don't want you to be secret anymore. Make public. Okay. Oh no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I mean, regex is definitely, there's that classic statement. Actually, speaking of JWZ earlier, the creator of X Screensaver, I think is also the originator of a quote. If you have a problem and you try to solve that problem with regex, now you have two problems. I think JWZ is actually the, let's see, JWZ regex quote. He truly is an internet legend. Let's see, where is that? Yeah, now you have two problems. Some people, when confronted with a problem, think, I know, I'll use regular expressions. Now they have two problems. Like, when was that posted? 30 years ago? Wonder when the original... What is the original statement? I don't trust ChatGPT to do anything. Okay, does this work? Now that we've done this, can we do column? Wow, they want columns. Column 4 by column 6. Isn't that better than typing things in? I'm gonna call it, let's say this puzzle was nice. I think it was nice. Not prepared to call it very nice. So it was nice. And I'll say it was easy in that, not because it was easy for me, but because it must have been easy because I did it. Okay, well that's good. Should I also make a user script that sets the sets the background to lime green so I can more easily key it? Sorry, I have a few messages I need to check. Okay. Jojo, I don't know that I have. Did you post any? Sorry if you did. I think Jagger posted a few. I apologize if you posted some for me to try and I didn't try. Are you on Logic Masters or did you post them somewhere? Oh wait, oh Jojo, you're legit. Well, how do I find you? Because I find Logic Masters somewhat inscrutable. Can I just go here and type you here? Jojo81 Gaming, or do you have a different name? Okay, before I do this though, you know how I solve puzzles, right? So I just want to be sure that you're okay with me taking one of your puzzles and butchering the flow of logic. Is this a palindrome Rinban? It's a pretty good name. Is that the one to do? I'm afraid of it already. Ooh, I love the look of the grid. And there are digits in it, which is... Okay, don't stay away from a regular... Ouch! Wow! I can't believe you're doubting my Sudoku solving ability. This says the person who thought, what? Like 1 plus... What did I say? It was like 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 8 or something? I don't even know. But fair. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd love to give this a try. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Oh, okay. Well, okay. How can I do this? Can you favorite people? I really find Logic Master Germany to be a little inscrutable. Is there a way to like mark people as like follow people or something? I don't know, man. Okay, Mitchell and Josh, I would definitely like to. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and get some water. And then I would... wait, so there's 2 JoJo's. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm going to take a quick break for a drink of water, and then we'll come back and we will try Rinbanabner. And then I will probably be done for the day. But definitely, Michigan Josh, next time I would definitely like to do one of your puzzles. And then I think... sometime in the near future. Here's the problem, unfortunately, is I have a contract job starting soon, and I will not be able to just stream Sudoku 3 hours every day, which is going to be very sad. But I think what I would like to try to do, and I will definitely need everybody's help for this, is I would like to try to set a baby puzzle on stream. Maybe it'll be a 3x3 or something. I just haven't even tried yet. So, okay, I will be right back. Okay, I thought about it, and here's where I think it is to start. You know, 9x9 feels like a big undertaking. Jojo gave me, or sorry, Skojo made that 3x3 for me, but I think it would actually be better for me to start like 1x1. I'm going to start with a 1x1 puzzle and work my way up from there. Are there any 1x1 puzzles on Logic Masters? I think I have what it takes to do a 1x1. Okay. See, okay, remember in The Witness how it's one of the things that was so good about The Witness was like the like additiveness of difficulty that also sort of like schooled you on a concept. Like you know, for any of the like, I don't know, I struggle even to use the terms. It's been a few years, or what terms to use is like, you know, for a set of puzzles, typically there was like, you'd have some introductory sequence that gradually kind of built you up. So I think a 1x1, and in that, you know, basically the first thing was just connect the dots. And so I think a 1x1 puzzle is the place to start. What if that, however, what if, okay, Skojo, you seem to think that's very easy, but I didn't tell you that that puzzle is also, has a Rinban and a German Whisper and an entropic line and a equal sum line and a it's a palindrome. What do you think about? Would you still be able to solve it so quickly? Yes, you would. Okay, but what if it was also Mobius? What about that? Okay, I think you're right. Has anyone tried to do a puzzle that just has every single constraint in it? Like every known variant within a single puzzle? Yeah, it sounds okay. Maybe it's helpful. That's fine. I think it seems like it could be fun with a. I mean, I loved that Skojo, the ancient artifacts puzzle. I loved with the, but it ended up having a lot of, you know, it had a lot of rule sets that you had to determine yourself. I really enjoyed that puzzle. I think Simon should do that puzzle. Okay, so I'm gonna try this. I'm debating on whether to just take 2 minutes to write the green background thing, but we'll just do it by hand. So it only takes a moment. I don't like the snapping in this song. Okay, it stopped right when I was about to leave the song. Do we want to change to a different JWZ screensaver? I like that. I like the idea. Oh, I do like the kind of puzzle where it's almost like each box is its own little puzzle. Or I don't know if I'm describing that well, but where it's almost like there's lots of isolated little puzzles that then form into kind of it's like a macro micro thing. I've seen a few like that that were like on Cracking the Cryptic. I don't think I've attempted one. Okay, and then Owen. Where is Owen today? It's outrageous that how dare Owen not watch me stream Sudoku. So color, nope, that's wrong. Background, white. Okay, and I think we should pick another X screensaver background. Now that Jacqueline left us. I mean, that's a good one. This 1998 X, that was serious. Like these 3D screensavers in 1998 were, it's unbelievable. They're just they're very dark, a lot of these, because you know they're screensavers, but some of these latter day ones I don't know that I've ever experienced. I mean, every few years I remember X screensaver and I have to go check it out, but do love that. We want exciting kaleidoscopes in the background? Kind of do. Okay, sorry, this is too much, but we've got to do it. That was the wrong... Gotta hit this. Fortunately, I don't think the compression... Oh no! Did I lose my... Oh, tragic. We gotta do it again. Tragic. Game. Oops. Okay, I forgot to do the loop. As you can see, we see Weird Hal Amish Paradise. Interesting. I'm Cracking the Cryptic videos. Okay, this might be too much. We'll see how it goes. For some reason, I don't know why I find myself when I see a 6x6, I'm put off by it. I don't know why that is. I should give them a chance. So I don't know why. Okay, I like our background. Our background tunnel is nice. So I'm going to restart the time and then take a look at this. So I don't know that I understand what a Rinban palindrome is. So a Rinban would be consecutive digits in any order. A Rinban palindrome is just that these are going to match but it's going to be a sequence of, so it's essentially like, it's really a consecutive set of these and they're just going to repeat there. Is that? So if this were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or, you know, whatever the order is. Okay, cool. All right, just making sure I understand it so I don't butcher things too terribly. Really like the layout of this. Should I start a company that makes like brand band rugs? Okay, so what do we know about? So that makes this a little less useful than it might be at first blush, right? Because the only point of overlap from either direction is the 5. Because this could just as easily be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have a 7 digit, so we have a little bit of overlap. So you could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or you could have 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So does that mean that we just know that, I mean, we know the set here, it's pretty broad, but it's just, you have 2 degrees of freedom on either end, I guess, is a way to think of it. So, but I think that means we know 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are on it. Because either way we go, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And probably another way to think of that is that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 digits. So no matter where you slice 7 digits out of 9, you will always have, you only have 2 degrees of freedom. So you're forced. Okay, good. Well, we're gonna learn it together. Don't worry, Jojo. I'll teach you how to do this. Don't just sit back and relax, and I will walk you through the solve path. So the first thing you probably want to do is just put a bunch of digits in that aren't actually allowed, just because then you can feel good about eliminating them. But I think that's fair to say, right? Like 1 and 2 could be on this, and 8 and 9 could be on this because of the 2 degrees of freedom we have to slide around. But I think every other digit is forced. So that would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. TerrierDarts, how's it going, buddy? I was just wondering. We were just wondering where you were. Wait, what are these? I see the word I. What is that? Ayo? Ayo? What are you saying here? Okay, is this sound logic? I feel like it is. Now these obviously see a 3 and a 7. And this one sees a 6, so it would appear that that has to be... Well, I've already broken the puzzle, so that's exciting. What did I do? Did this logic not track? What did I just do wrong? We knock out the 3, and we knock out the 7. What? Oh, no, of course not. They're okay. Obviously, you still have the other digits. These are just what is required to be here. Good grief. You still have the other digits. It's just that these are required to be here. So that's not an appropriate way to do this. The more appropriate way, I guess, would be 3, maybe like this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That looks very silly. That's not a good way to do this, is it? I'm kind of at a loss on how I want to pencil mark this, to be honest with you. Maybe the more fruitful thing would be to, well, Like, why are there lyrics here? Okay, there seems to be some extreme tomato action happening. How are the darts? Yeah, I realize that. I realize that. So they should be corner marks, obviously. So 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. What is going on here? Okay, I get a sense that you want me to look at these tiny rim bands. I'm getting the sense that, or maybe you just want me to look at all the rim bands. It's hard to say. But I like this rim band. This is the rim band that I like. Chaos is fine. I missed you, Terrier. Okay. Okay, let's try to like actually focus here for a second. So we have said 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are mandatory, but they are not. Yeah, the way you put it is good. They are mandatory. They're not only the digits, because we are still allowed to have 1, 2, 8, 9. In fact, we're still required to have 2 of those digits. We just don't know which they are. So do I feel like this is that useful? I mean, this one is kind of interesting, but it's not that interesting when you really think about it, because it really is 1, 2, 4, 8, 9 are the like the actual possibilities here. So I don't know. Anyway, that maybe that will feel better in a future life. 4 digits here. This configuration kind of removes the high possibility of this, right? There's not enough leeway between 5 and 9 here. 6, 7, 8 is going to require one of those 2. So does that mean this is required to be 1, 2, 3, 4? Like there's no other 6, 7, 8 would be broken. I feel like that's true. Does that feel true to everybody? And there's no way to be above 5 here, I guess is what I'm saying. Does that seem believable to everybody? No, Terrier, I've been waiting for you to be around to try your puzzle. I would like to try your puzzle. This puzzle is only going to take me like 5 more minutes, so don't worry about it. Axio! I've missed you. I was just asking about you, I think on the last stream. I was like, where's Axio? And I wanted to show you this thing I was working on. Axio is the CEO of Walgreens. And so they're very busy and don't have a lot of time. Or is it CVS? Remind me, is it CVS or Walgreens that you're the CEO of? So Axio doesn't have a lot of time to drop by for streaming, so it's always a treat. Okay. Anywho, I mean that this does not give us the same pleasure, right? I mean, we're pushed. Having the 5 eat the middle out of a 4 sequence means we don't go high low, but it means that like this is of a parity, right? Owen, I was just talking about you too. I missed you. Welcome back. Okay, so this is of a parody, I guess is fair to say. Your evil CVS work. Axio's main focus at CVS is just like working. They've got whole departments that are worked on receipt length, and it's just like how can they add more length to the receipt. And it's not an easy problem. It's like there are physical limits to that they're trying to their engineers are trying to overcome. Actually, I would love to hire you. I should probably make some money though. This probably would be a wise decision. Once I have money, everybody's hired. Okay, so, sorry. What do we say? What do we think about anything? This is a low. We have forced lowness here, which I feel compelled to color. Just because I want to. Which is pretty weird for this thing, right? But maybe not that weird. This is before, is this before you married into the gaming? Yeah, this is a Rinban Palindrome, which I'm not sure I've ever seen, which is cool. The others are just Rinban, but this is Rinban Palindrome. Oh, and this puzzle was created by Jojo, who's also in the chat. That would be ideal. So another limitation though, Gojo, is just like supplying the paper. So they're even looking at like, what can we do like on site to manufacture the paper in real time from like, you know, other materials. It's not easy. I had a friend in art school. Well, he was in art school before I went to art school. Well, a friend while in art school who made, he was like in a printmaking program, and he made a lot of his own paper, and he made a lot of paper out of his old underwear. It was high quality paper, but it was a little, you know, that's a little gross. Pretty sure he did. I hesitate to say this on stream, but I do believe he did add some pubic hair to it. Okay, of course. I always am looking for an excuse to color things. I do want to keep orange and blue available because I've just decided that I care about parity. But otherwise, let's definitely make the little the Sudoku disco. We got a nice little. Okay, we gotta make this thing, right? I'm so close to it already. The light up grid. It's gonna go back there. I gotta hook it into this in some way. Okay, sorry. What are we doing here? We're trying to solve a Sudoku puzzle. So we were just talking about the like theoretical parity here. There's like, oh, we know some stuff, right? Okay, wait, sorry, what were we talking about here? So, do we know more than that? Sorry, is there more to know about this Rinban other than it is either all above 5 or all below 5? I mean, I see we have some other digits gazing at it in the distance. That feels like it has interesting implications for the palindrome. Just kind of like, you know, related to what these digits are going to be related to these digits. But I guess I don't right at this moment see how we force this above or below. Interesting thought. Okay. You mean this the colors of this Rinban, the fun rainbow of fruit flavor? How long did it my last okay, this was not deliberate, I have to say. I had long hair when I was like 16 or 17 years old, and then I hate getting haircuts. I truly hate it. I hate getting haircuts. For a long time, I either gave myself bad haircuts or just like forced myself to get a haircut, but I hate it. And so at the beginning of the pandemic, I was like, okay, it's a long story, but I was like stranded in Pittsburgh and had to spend the early days of the pandemic there. And I was like, and I have a weakened immune system, so I had to be extra careful. And so I was like, all right, I'm just going to order clippers and give myself a haircut. But everybody had the same idea, so clippers were not available. And so I I was like, I guess I'm growing my hair out. Like, I'm definitely not going to get a haircut, and I definitely don't have the means to cut it well. So I just started to grow it and grow it and grow it. And then once it got past the length that it looked truly horrible, Michigan Josh, I've done the same thing actually multiple times. So far, the only criticism I have of this puzzle is I interpret green lines as German whispers. I'm just hardwired to. So I was like, oh yeah, cool. Like, where's the 5 go in here? It's got to go there because it's German whisper. Anyway, so I got past the extremely awkward long hair length early in the pandemic, and then it's just now I think I'm going to keep it. And I had a very morbid thought yesterday that I hesitate to say. Maybe I actually already mentioned it. But I'm a person who's like, I find myself often thinking about Willie Nelson's mortality, because Willie Nelson next month is going to turn 90 years old. And I'm waiting for the day to have when my heart is going to be broken because Willie Nelson has left us. And it's truly going to break my heart because he is a music legend without parallel. He's like a legend beyond legend 10 times over. And so what I was thinking is like, maybe, and this is morbid to say, but I was thinking like, maybe I should just grow my hair until Willie leaves us. And then when Willie leaves us, I'll have a brief Willie period where that is an interesting smile someone has rendered here. I'll have a period where I braid my hair, have a Willie beard. I would probably, my version of Willie is definitely the bandana. I mean, much earlier, but like, bearded Willie with bandana, probably braids. And so maybe I'll have a Willie period, and then after my brief Willie period, as a token of honor and respect to the greatest of the greats, I will cut off all my hair. That is the morbid thought that I had in the last few days. I'm not sure really what to think about it, but what is it? Is it honeysuckle rose? Maybe that's really the honeysuckle rose might be the definitive Willie for me. I mean, he's a bit younger than I am probably now, unless graying his beard, but anyway. TerrierDarts, you can do it. Just do it. I looked horrible for months, and then now somehow it seems semi-reasonable. So, my terrible beard is almost seems like a reasonable beard unless you look too closely. I'm morphing into something like somewhere between like a king and a wizard king. Okay, sorry, what we were talking about. Yes, we were talking about the interesting implication of where does this beautiful rainbow go in here, right? That was our discussion. And we seem to have arrived at the idea that this rainbow is this. Like, this is the rainbow. This is the. Do I do this? This is the beautiful starburst rainbow. Which seems to have the weird implication that, like, what does that mean? Does that mean these digits are these digits? And these digits are these digits? What does that mean? Okay, am I that bad? I'm doing what I can, everybody. I said I'd solve this in only 5 minutes, but then I got a little distracted, so it's going to take a little bit longer. Okay, so what do we know about anything? We know that is this right? Like, where do these digits live in here? These are the same as these. So they seem to be crammed in the corner. So we have like an alternate reality version of these digits that seem to be forced here and here. We also have, well, oh. Do we have a problem with whatever red is not here? Do we care about that? But it's nowhere. What does that mean? Red appears nowhere on here. The digits that are allowed to not appear here were pretty limited, right? Like the digits that are allowed to not be on this line are 1, 2, 8, and 9 are the only digits. Does that kind of force this to an extreme? Is that what we're saying? These are high digits also. Also worth noting. Oh, okay. I'm chat in the corner of my eye. I can see I can see things happening. I'm just trying to think through it without getting distracted. Okay. So, how do we do this? Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. Where it's like there's like something on the tip of my tongue. I'm like a I don't know. For some reason the image is like a gorilla with a Snapple or something, where the gorilla is like, I know there's Snapple in here, but I don't know how to get it. Like I don't know why the gorilla has a Snapple. I don't know why. Anyway, the gorilla has a Snapple, and it's just like, how do I get the Snapple out of here? Okay, what are the implications here? The implications are what is not on this line. Okay, I don't know that I'm on the right track here, but just to get this thought out of my head is the digits that are not on. Red is only allowed to be something that's nowhere on this rim band. And the only digits that are allowed to not be on that rim band are 1, 2, 8, and 9, right? That is what we are saying. I think that's true. This 9 rules 9 out of here. And because these are the same digit, if that can't be 9, that can't be 9. And this 1 rules 1 out of here. I see the tomatoes. I see the tomatoes. I'm working on it. If we rule 1 out of here, if we rule 1 out of here, we also have to rule 1 out of here. So if this is 2 or 8, we have constrained our range of options in here, right? Where they just may or may not contain 2 or 8. In addition to the options that we had previously, which now I just feel compelled to pencil mark, this now can be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Obviously isn't 5. I think that's right. Like we seem to have ruled out the idea of 1 and 9. Because if you can't have 8 anywhere on this, you can't have 9. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. couldn't it still be 2, or if this was 2, couldn't it be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? So that's not true. I don't think that's true. That doesn't track, right? Like, it nudges it in a direction, but it doesn't forbid one or the others yet. If I put a 2 here, I'm guaranteeing there's not a 2 on this line, but it feels like it could still be, or it obviously couldn't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because the 9 would rule it out here, but it feels like it could still be. Well, okay, wait, I mean, like, why couldn't the 9 be here, I guess, is my question. If these are 2, so I think my earlier assumption that I could rule out the extremes are not true, because it's not like this is a 2-8 pair, which I think is what I was thinking of it as. It's not a 2-8 pair. It's like, it's 2 2s, or it's 2 8s. We've got real problems if it's 2 8s, huh? If it's 2 8s, this is broken. So it is 2 2s. Is that what you're trying to tell me, chat? I'll look now. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay, so I realized that took me a long time to arrive at. I apologize. But I feel like I have now arrived at, we're at 2 2s. Is that fair? Is that fair to say? I know I was slow to get there, but I think this is not 2 8s, because then this box is broken. So I think red is 2. That's my suggestion to you. And sorry, chat, for driving you insane. The thing that's cool about that is that does push the 2 down here, which I don't necessarily care about, other than all I really wanted was to get the polarity here. That's all. That's all I wanted. Okay, is that true, Jojo? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. What does that mean, though? 2 is forbidden from this line, so 1 is forbidden from this line. So this is now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? That I believe is true. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? That we can't have 2, so we can't have 1. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can get rid of the 7s over here and the 3s over here and the 9s over here, and this 6 knocks this 6 out. So we have a 4, 6, 8 triple here. We have a 4, 6, 8 triple here. 4, 6, 8 triple here. So no matter what the order is, we have to remove 4, 6, 8 from this side. Does that track? 4, 6, 8 comes out of this side. So we get a 3, 7, 9 triple on this side, which places a 4. Do we just place a 4 unexpectedly? 3, 7, 9 triple. We've said these are high. 4 is our remaining low digit. Weird. We've said these are low. That puts a 4 over here and a 1 over here, for whatever that's worth. And then we get a 6, 8 pair over here for our troubles. And so we get a 7 here. Cool. Okay, so we have a, now this gets interesting though, like with this palindrome, because our options here are now suddenly quite limited, right? Because we have a palindrome that has a 2 on it and a 5 on it. So 3 and 4 are a requirement, right? Because we've got to get from 2 to 5. So I think we're saying like 3 and 4 are a requirement on this. But we have 1 degree of freedom for the other digit. So in other words, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or it could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So our other degree of freedom is 1 and 6. So this is essentially is, well, this already looks like it's going to be force then, right? Because these match. And there's a 6 here. So does that mean, okay, sorry, I'm going about this very slowly. We have a 2 and a 5. There's definitely a 3 and 4. So what's the other digit? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or is it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 6 seems to really rain on the parade of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that seems like it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a true statement? Oh wait, sorry. What's that? Okay. Hey, I obviously, if there's an easy route, I'm gonna ignore it. Oh no, my lifesaver colors. Did I have a given digit? Probably. Okay, what did I have? What given digit did I? You're saying I had a placeable digit here? I mean, I will say I'm getting there. It's obviously, I'm slowly getting there, but I do feel like I'm getting there. Am I? I mean, I'm not wrong so far, am I? If I'm wrong, I would be interested in knowing that information. But I don't think I'm wrong so far. Oh, this 7? Okay. Well, you know. We got there eventually, right? I noticed something interesting about this little land, which I guess we already kind of said was going to happen, right? Like, we already said this, and now the dreams have come true, and we just know that these are all high digits. Is that a reasonable statement? And we can go clean that up because this sees 6, this sees that 8, this sees that 7. I mean, I don't know that this is incredibly helpful, but you know I like to color. Feels like we've got, you sure gave me a lot of 5s. I haven't really done anything with those yet. Almost feels like that should be a thing I pay attention to in life. What is left down here? It is 4, 6, 8 triples. Are just 1 and 3, and so then we got 1, 2, 3. So there's, what does that mean for this? It seems to mean that there has to be a 4. Is that true? Like 4 does not live anywhere else in this world we've created. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7. So we can remove 6, 7 from here. And then remove 8, 9 from here. That seem reasonable? We remove 6, 7 from here with the 9. Oh, that's nice. I like the way this works. Okay, probably this is... that was very nice. I like the way that worked. Oh, okay. Well, blue is my shorthand for that, right? I do these digits are this, but my shorthand was just blue. You have no idea what I just did? This is a rim band, not a German whisper. So the coloring might be a little confusing. So this is a rim band. So because I knew I have a triple here with a 4 in it, and I have a triple here with a 4 in it, I knew there was a 4 here. And if there's a 4 on this rim band, given that 1, 2, and 3 are there, I knew it was 4, 5, 6, 7. And as soon as this is 4, 5, 6, 7, I have a 4, 5, 6, 7 quadruple, a 1, 3 pair, and a 2, forcing those to 8, 9. And then that forced these to 6, 7, and that forced these to 8, 9, and that forced these to 6, 7, and it just kind of worked its way around the grid. Okay, should I actually do this, Gojo? Okay, you will have to remind me about Fistemafel's ring. Is Fistemafel's ring, that's the idea that these digits, whatever these digits are these digits? Am I remembering that correctly? Wait, do you have a Fistemafel ring emote? What? That's amazing. That is incredible. Okay. I'm very excited about that. Okay, I don't know. Okay, so what you're telling me, what are you telling me? That given I have so I have, wherever it is, I have this low run of digits that is accounted for here, and I have this low run of digits that is accounted for here, and I have my 4, 5, 6, 7 is accounted for. Well, it's a little broken, but I guess the question is like, what is not accounted for here? Is that the idea? Which is like 3 and 9. I've used 5 once. 3, I feel like I'm gonna get this wrong. What I haven't used the 8 yet. I haven't used one of the 5s yet. I haven't used the 9 and I haven't used the 3. Does that mean this is 3, 9, or 3, 5, 8, 9? Is that right? I mean, also, I guess I know that just based on this. No, but I want to. Yes, obviously I could use this to do that, but I do want to understand the implications of Fistemafel's ring, because it's not something I actually think about other than just like a weird curiosity. So yes, obviously there's only a quadruple left here, but is that the idea? Is like the digits that are in here that remain unallocated are the digits that go here, and that seems to be correct. It's good trolling, because it's at least helping me kind of understand the implications here. Although I do find it a little confusing just with like like 1 5 was accounted for over here, but another 5 was not accounted for. Okay, that's interesting. And as far as the placement of it, there's no indication of exactly where anything is there, other than to say like obviously this digit is not here, but is there any formal relationship between like where on the ring the digits end up here, or is that is that limited just to the idea that this corner is obviously not in this 4x4, or sorry, 2x2. Wow, look at me, my first use of Fist of Mephel's ring in a totally unnecessary way. Okay, well that is kind of, I guess that's a little interesting for this, right? Because a 2-cell rim band is just a sequence, right? That's like, is there any, we've talked about this before, is there any difference between a 2-cell rim band and a white crop key dot? Okay, same set of 16 digits. Like, is a 2-cell rim band functionally equivalent to a white crop key dot, or is that not true? Or is there some other restriction or something that I'm not understanding? Functionally equivalent. Okay, so that helps here, just to see like what are my options for sequentialness. Knock the 3 and the 5 off and leave with the 8 and the 9. I'm gonna 3-5 pair over here, which I guess is very slightly interesting in terms of the sequentialness that I have available here, given, well, the sequentialness I have available here, especially given that the, okay, well, I guess a few things. 3 and 4 are accounted for up here, so this is just forced to be a 1-2 pair, it would seem. So are we forcing another 8-9 sequence here? No, Jojo, I don't question it. I understand the aesthetic choice of that. That was the same thing in that Viking Prime puzzle, where Viking Prime wanted the lasers, and so did the 2-cell rim band. I'm not questioning your choice of it. I'm just questioning my understanding, because I was going to use the mental shorthand of like, okay, this is a white crop key dot. What are the implications of that? And I just wanted to be sure that I wasn't missing some other constraint. And I think the logic I just did is sound, because I think we have claimed 2 of our low digits here. And so these had to be 1, 2. And I think that forced the 8, 9. I mean, anyway, even aside from being sequential. Okay, I get it. Okay, this is like a secret encouragement to use the Fist of Mephel ring, which I have conveniently ignored. So we got a 3-4 pair here, and that leaves us what? That leaves us what? It leaves us a 2 and a 4. That doesn't seem right. No, it doesn't at all. It leaves us a 2 and a 7. And then the 7 from 1,000 hours ago comes back. Okay, so we have this 1, 3, 4 triple, 8, 9 triple, but I don't know what to do with any of that. All right, I mean, I don't know how to take that any further. I'm just looking around for like extremely obvious things, and I'm not seeing extremely obvious things. I guess we have some sense of what's going on in here. It feels like we should, but I guess we really don't. Or there's just a lot of leeway. I mean, with the 4, 6, 8. Oh, this little friend? Okay, thank you. I should look at this cute little buddy. What's even remaining to be sequential? With 1, 3, 4, 5 spoken for. So no sequentialness here. Where is the 2? Anybody know? Nobody knows. Well, the 2's not here, I guess we can say, right? Because the 2 would need a buddy that is already spoken for up here. And so that is going to force this and this and this, and this. Is that right? And then what are you? 2 and what? 9? And what's left over? Only 6, 7? Okay, well that's quite tidy. Nice and tidy. Nice and tidy. I gotta remember, I just want to point out, I've already at this point, I had just fully forgotten that these digits have a relationship. Just gone from my mind. Even though they're beautiful colors. So this is not a 3. Because we've seemingly ruled 3 out of here. So this is not a 3. That's funny. I just like, that was, I had erased that from my memory. We get the 9, we get the 8. Terrier's too drunk to know what's going on, but that's okay. Feels like I want something to happen in there. Okay, probably, I mean, there's a rim band up here just looking at me, right? Is this a place a person should look? Or should I look in this dungeon? Should I think about more implications of highness and lowness? Given that we have 4 high digits here. Okay, you gotta forgive me. It's a compulsion. Also, I'm afraid to change those colors, but it does. I'm so bad at scanning, but it does at least slightly help me with scanning to oh no, I already used green for this. Oh no! Well, that's unacceptable. I mean, green, TerrierDarts insists that green means 5. It's an insistence. Okay. I just wanted to like get an idea of what's going on over here, right? Like, so this is a low 5 pair. This is, where's 5 in here? Nobody knows anything. You know anything from Sudoku? Of course not. Sudoku never taught anybody anything. Mr. Green. Is that interesting? Not really. Well, I don't know. I'm going to eat 5 out of the middle of here. 5 up there. Sorry, I'm not seeing anything very fun. Is it that rim band? Okay, I know. It feels like it's probably that rim band. There's a whole lot of high digits up here, huh? 8 looking up here. So is there like something meaningful to say about this rim band? Like about where something in particular lives or goes on this rim band? Knowing that 3, 7, and 9 are here. Well, that's a little weird, right? So we have to find a 3-cell sequence that is compatible. Is that just forced as 4, 5, 6? Is there any other option in the world? Since that's interesting. Like we have a really toothy sequence here, and we need a 3-cell sequence given these teeth. So there's nothing below 3 because you can't have 1, 2, 3. The high end is messed up with 7, 8, 9. So is 4, 5, 6, the only compatible. A lot of tomatoes going towards the center of the grid. Okay, I will look there eventually. But is that true to say that there is the options available to us here, the only place we can squeeze it into the gaps here is 4, 5, 6 between the 3 and the 7? That feels true. Like, is there another? There's not another run of 3 digits that is available to us, right? No? Okay. Michigan Josh, I appreciate your that's just what I need, is like some confirmation in this life. Okay, so we get the 3 and we get the 5 and we get that pair and we get some lowness, a little bit of lowness. I get a little bit of highness. Forgive my compulsion. We get a little bit of greenness. So we start to unravel. Oh my gosh, look at that. Things start to unravel a little. We get that sequence. That pair still seems valid. We took a bite out of the 7 here, but does that mean anything? I don't think it does just yet. We still have a number of low digits to get in here. Still have a number of high digits to get in here. The 8 in particular. Not true. Kind of seems true. 4 comes out of here. We get a 1-2 pair here to place a 3 here. 3 comes out of here. Did I do that correctly? 3 comes out of here. We have a 1-2 pair, and we have a 1-2-4 triple, 3-7-9 triple, all this fun stuff. Almost. Can you feel me trying not to look at the center? Can you feel it? Can you feel all of my strength going into ignoring this? Because I'm ignoring it as hard as I possibly can. That's a cool. Actually, that is a clever little moment there, and I apologize for not seeing it sooner. But that is cool. I like the toothiness of this is not immediately apparent because they seem pretty spread out. But then when you look at it, like, oh, there's actually not a lot of. There's exactly one way to fit that in. So I do really like that. I wanted to stop and say I'm really enjoying this puzzle. Obviously, I'm moving through it very slowly, and I apologize for that. But it is definitely very engaging, and I don't feel necessarily like I've just been like totally off. You know, I've been making deductions slowly because that's just how I seem to do things in these puzzles. But I've been feeling good about the solve. So this quadruple is a 1, 2, 4, 5, right? That doesn't mean anything, but I just want to put something in there. I don't know what to say about this quintuple. I mean, I don't know. Okay. Do we have to actually think about the middle now? I don't know why I'm so resistant. I just feel it. So far, 5 has been like really interesting on these bin bands, right? Like 5 has put 5 seems to put a lot of pressure. Well, that's funny though, because I guess in this case 5 is not even required to be on. I don't really know much about like 5's here or here. Okay, maybe that's not actually that meaningful. What does 6 tell us about anything? 6 becomes a little interesting, right? No, 6 has the six. Oh, you little creep. The 6 can also kind of sneak off the rim band. Is that real? The 6 can be like a little sneaky creep and just slink into the shadows over here. I'm trying to look at middly kind of digits just to see if we can like push something above or below. But, oh shoot. Oh no, the bitrate. Oh no. Okay, hopefully that doesn't last too long. I'm sorry about that. Okay. I mean, it felt interesting to look at the middly digits just because so far it has felt, at least to me. Jojo, I don't know if this was your intention at all, but it feels like parody has been interesting to me in this puzzle. Like Kylo parody has been interesting, and so I guess that like my instinct is to just look for more of that, but my attempt to push things up or down with middliness is not proving fruitful. And we just have too many gaps here really to, I think, to say very much about what's high and what's low in here. Oh, well, we have this crazy thing with threes and fours, right? How does that work? What is the what is this mean for 3 and 4? Maybe nothing. It looks weird though. Like the depending on where these 4 swings, I have to keep remembering that this is not a pair, but like if these are both 4, well, but then that's a 3. So I guess at the moment it's not too. Well, no, because if these are both 4, okay, maybe that's not that cool. There's just some weird thing about the relationship between these on the. That it just almost feels like it means something, but I can't quite. No, sorry, maybe not. Okay, what actually is like pertinent? 8 feels pertinent. One of these rim bands has 8 on it. Okay, so what does this tell us? If 8 was here, that's very convenient because that pushes 9 here. And at the moment, we don't really know anything about 9, so it seems not unreasonable that would be 9. If this is 9, you push a 9 here and you push a 9 here, but that doesn't seem like a crime. If it's not 8, it's pulling this sequence quite high. Eight, 7, 6, 5. Or 9, 8, 7, 6. But there's still plenty of room below that for sequence. What about where 7 lives? So 7 has a weird. 7. Oh, there's a 7 on this line. Is that the whole thing I was supposed to see this whole time? Seven. So because there's a 7 on this line, it's a requirement that there's a 6, right? Like 9, 8, 7, 6. You can't you can't, if you have a 7, which I think we're saying you have to, right? We're saying you have to have a 7 on the C, then there has to be a 6. And I think we said there's only one place for a 6 on the line. So does that force a 6 here and force a 7 here? Oops. Does that seem true? Okay, I'm trying not to look. I'm reading comments, but I'm trying not to scrutinize anything that I feel like is going to give me more information than I want. But I think that places a 7 for us up here. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea if that was the right way to think about this, but I think that checks out. Right? Does that check out? That also places 6 over here. So that's interesting. So did we just get all the 6s and 7s? Okay, so what? So now we have a 4-8 pair here, and we have a 3-9 pair here. 4-8 pair here removes this 4. We suffer 1, 2, 4, 5. Dance party. Okay, I know. Okay, there's more in here, obviously. What is it? 8 no longer has the ability to be next to a 7, if this is true. This, say this was 8, 9, this would be 7, 6, 5, 4. If this is 8, 9, this now has to be 7, 6, 5, 4, and that's 5 and all the high. No, there's one low digit, 4. So that pushes 1, 2, 3. That seems like a problem. Where's 2? Where's 2, everybody? Is 2... Am I wrong that 2 is in the center now? Like, because of this pattern of 2s? Like, if this is a 2, then this is a 2. That's a requirement, right? And so there's a 2 in here and there's an 8 in here. Is that right? And a 2 is never going to be on this line. 7, 6, 5, like 7, 6, 5, 4. So if because of that there is a 2 here, I think 2 can only be on the little buddy. Is that true? Okay. You're not wrong. I appreciate that. I appreciate that's I wouldn't say you're right, but you're not wrong. So given that, we're saying 2 is here, and I think we're saying 2 is not on the longer line, because at best it could be 7, 6, 5, 4. So I think we're saying this is a 2. And I think if we're saying this is a 2, we have forced the 8 to the other line. Oopsie. Not you. What does that mean for this? It's a 1 or a 3 to be next to the 2. So it's not a 5. And if it's not a 5, the places we said 5 could be are here. That seemed like a true statement. It feels weird. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is, you know what this looks like to me? It's like an alligator's mouth that is ready to just chomp me if I try to use a 3 or a 4. Like I'm gonna just get chomped. So as far as the options we have here, it could still be 9, 8, 7, 6, or it could be 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. So, but it's not a 4. So it is 9, 8, 7, 6. So this is a 9, 8 pair. Some might call it an 8, 9 pair. Somehow we removed a 5 from here, which is nice. That's very nice, actually. That 5 removal untangles that, and this 1-2 pair untangles this. Oops. Okay. Does that seem right? 9876. Okay, yes, that is easier to see that there's no 5, which is, you know, the funniest thing about that is this entire puzzle, as I've said repeatedly, I've been thinking about parity. This whole time, I've been talking about parity and whether things are high or low. And then suddenly when I get to a point where that is relevant again, I completely forget it. Just out the window. Just not even... It's because I wasn't coloring them is the problem. If I had colored them, of course, I would have immediately, instantly understood the parity implications. Okay. So we get this weirdo 1-3-4 configuration that is just... What do you even do with that? These are all low. Well, does that mean we have a 1-3-4 triple here? So this is an 8, and that's a 4, and that's a 9, and that's an 8, and that's a 3, and that's a 9, and that's a 2, and that's a 9, and that is a 9, and that's an 8. And that's a 1 and a 2. Look at that. Versus the 3. We finally get the 4 and the 4 and the 3 and the 3 and the 1 and the 4. So far haven't destroyed anything too terribly. You need what? 1? You need what? 1, 2, 3, a 9. And you need 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you need? Oh, you need your 5. Take a moment for coloring. This is gonna mess up though. I can't have that. I want to keep my little walk of fame, obviously. Cute. Okay, I'm gonna talk. You know my. Okay, that was a great puzzle, and I really thank you for sharing it. I apologize for the very meandering. We'll call it leisurely, the leisurely solve. But here's the reason I love that puzzle: is it was interesting, and I know I didn't solve it very well, but for me, it was interesting to the very end, and I didn't have to do very much Sudoku. I had to do almost no Sudoku at the end. Like the way everything unfolded at the end, it just kind of unraveled, and I just had a couple of like singles to place. And that is, to me, that is like chef's kiss. There's a couple puzzles I did last week that I really liked, but the logic path of the variant clues only got you halfway through the puzzle, and then you had to do so much Sudoku. It was a nightmare. It was the worst. It was the worst time of my entire life, obviously. So I really enjoyed that. That's a great puzzle. Great work. Grimbone, I did it. I Sudoku'd. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, I'm a silly person. I will say, this is a puzzle that I do appreciate the guidance when I'm missing something obvious, because it really is easy to miss obvious things on stream. Not that I wouldn't miss them anyway, but I feel like this offline, if I had just done it, not distracted by stream, I really feel like I could have made some, it would have been a little more fluid to me, because I kept like, weirdly on stream, I will make a certain deduction and then forget about it later. Like, how absurd is it that one of the first things I latched onto was parody, and then I just completely forgot about parody by the time I got here. Anyway, is Terrier still around? Let's see. So the intended route was to start top right. Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't appreciate the little Pac-Man, the little chomping Pac-Man patterns flowing around the grids. Terrier, should I take a stab at your puzzle? Well, Jojo, even with my convoluted approach, I think it was. But none of the deduction, even so, it feels like some of my deductions were not on the intended path necessarily, but they didn't feel crazy. I mean, they didn't feel crazy. So I've been going for a while. Owen, actually, I think I don't want to tackle a bigger puzzle because I've already been going 4 hours, but I think what I would like to do, Owen, if you have something you'd like to suggest, if you wouldn't mind dropping them on the Discord. And I think what I would like to do is I want to do terriers because this is the first puzzle that TerrierDarts has set. And I've been saying I want to do it for days. So I think I want to take a stab at Terrier's puzzle, and then I want to go eat some food, I think. If you're up for that, Terrier, is that okay? Although I might need the link to it again. I actually like that, Jojo, the idea that they're, I mean, I'm not saying one way is better than the other. It is cool to like watch a solve of a puzzle that has like an extremely clear critical path. But I actually like the, I don't know, it's almost like a video game design of like, there's certain games that are, you know, on rails, very clear critical path, but there's games that kind of let you meander a little bit and sort of like linger in little parts of the map. And so I felt like this puzzle let me linger a little bit. Okay, I'm sorry, Terrier. I'm not sure that I have the latest, or that I'm seeing the latest link. I'm following through your statements of, so not finished. Okay, this is now solvable. Is that, is that the right one? I can imagine that's really would be really satisfying, is to see like somebody find a speed run of your puzzle. So okay, give me a second. So now we made the grease monkey thing, right? So I should just be able to go and paste this in without having to do anything. Let's see if that's true. So the solution is row 4. Does this work? Look at that. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? That's weird. What happened? Why? What? Oh, did it accidentally like highlight something weird? Why would it only copy up to the... Uh-oh. What is going on? Is it something... How did I break this? Oh, that's unfortunate. I've broken the... That's very weird. I can't imagine why it would only copy... Is it because of all of the... I kind of want to like try to delete all of my... Well, I can't do that. How did I break this? Oh, it doesn't copy the givens. Oh. Well, thank you. All of you latched onto that, and I did not. Why? Why not? That's very interesting. So what did I do? I say cell.value, and that's apparently not valid. So like selected cells. So if we have this set of selected cells, value is 2, but this cell, oh, rendered values. Given is 6. Value, ah. So do we need to look at rendered value? It's unfortunate that this is not null. So what we would need to do is what? Let me edit this. What we'd probably want to do. Well, this didn't really need to be a one-liner. I guess in like, what do I want to send if there's nothing in it? A space? I don't want to say like, shell that rendered values dot given is not equal to this, then I mean, we could certainly make this more complex where it also accounts for the possibility that there is nothing given. So if given is not equal to nothing, then we'll do the given. Otherwise, value? Does that seem reasonable? Is that gonna... I don't know if I did that correctly. Okay. Definitely not perfect, because you could still obviously, I mean, we just, the robust way to do it would be do some more checks here, but can't be bothered with that. Kidding me? Okay. Sure. That just gives us room to grow. You know, if you write bad software, then you know you've got room to make it better. Okay, that puzzle, I'm gonna call it easy. I'm gonna say it was very nice. It was a very nice puzzle. Oh, is that true, Mr. Josh? Empty string is falsy. I'm never sure of that with JavaScript. So could I actually do, if that's true, then I could just do, wait, is given a thing? Like, sorry, I'm not being very articulate. Was given a field? Oh, it is. Oh, I see. And here given, oh, given is just undefined here. So, okay, I should just do that. Okay, well, see here, look, here, just like we wanted was, we don't need the rendered values. I wasn't paying close enough attention. So we can just do, so is that not present? Like, is in a place where I haven't placed a value, is that undefined? It is. Okay, that's fine. So I don't even care about the empty string in this case, because given is not, you know, given's just available there. And then I guess I'll make a copy of a blank if okay, does that do the thing? So, and then if I didn't have a value here, what would it do? It's just, okay, we get a little tooth. Okay, that feels a little better. Okay, thanks for your help. I mean, you know, it's JavaScript. What are you gonna do? I always forget that, and I that is the thing I definitely do not retain from one language to the next, like the nature of strings being null or empty or undefined. So I usually default to, you know, maybe not most, but many languages have some notion of like is null or empty, or at least languages I tend to use. And if they don't, I tend to write that. So I can be like, if it's null or it's empty, whatever it is, just let me know. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Owen. I think I'm gonna try to solve TerrierDarts puzzle, and then I think I'm gonna call it a day. And then I would like to stream soon and pick up some of the ones you suggested, Owen. Owen, when are you gonna construct a puzzle for me? Okay, this is TerrierDarts' first puzzle. I'm very excited about it. First, we need to obviously make the background green. Lime green. But does lime work? Okay, it doesn't have to be lime green. Just have a little bit of fuzziness in the color. Lime, because lime green is a different color than lime, it turns out. And then plot. Grid is, what is grid? Where is the, oh, wow, okay, there you are. Okay, how's that? Jojo, that was a great puzzle. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for your patience while I was solving it. And thanks, of course, thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm very grateful. But that was super fun. Okay, TerrierDarts' first puzzle. Get ready. So somewhere in here is a 2 or a 6, right? Okay, I'm gonna go through the rules and just make sure I clear on everything. So we have, this is a Rinban with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 digits, just like before. So we know that there are some digits on here. We have alternates even, odd and even, non-repeating. Okay, so this is like a non-repeating. Interesting. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's going to be like an odd and even. Interesting. Okay. And circles with a number. Circles with a number in them. Okay, I'm not quite understanding this. Okay, this is not a whatever that is. What are those called? Like a quad dot. This is a sum. That means this is a sum. So these are going to sum to 26. Okay, I don't know that I've seen that exact notation before. So just so I'm understanding, what is this normally called? I forgot what this is normally called, where it's, you know, often it's like, oh, somewhere around here are these digits, or, but that's not the case here. So in this case, these 4 digits sum to 26. So those are relatively high digits. I don't know that I've seen this exact rule. That's interesting. So this is essentially a cage, right? But I can see why you wouldn't want the cages to overlap. So that makes sense. Consecutive crocky dots. You have this insane 4-to-1 black crocky dot, which always drives me insane because I just can't wrap my head around it. But at least it's only in the puzzle one time, and that, I believe, means that this is one or 4 or 2 or 8, and there's no other options. There's no other Sudoku optionality. Is that right? That this is either a 1 and a 4 or a 2 and an 8, and there's nothing else that is allowed. Quad. Okay, this is interesting. It's like a way to get you get a cage but you can still have a cage, so you don't have the cages overlap. So that's cool. Okay, so this is a sum dot. Cool. I guess I would assume, Skoja, that it is a standard thermo. We have XV rules, which I love, XV rules, because even if they don't matter, you just know that these are low. You know there's not a 5 on an X. Sequential, okay. Cages, so this is just prevents repetition, which is interesting. I mean, in this case, it just means that this digit is this digit, right? Is that what we can glean from that? That those are the same digit and that these are the same digits. And arrow, numbers on an arrow sum to the number in the circle. And then we have the bug hunt, which the 2 digits trapped by the cages, which is this little bug in here and this little bug in here, show where the bug is and give the location of 2 cells that maybe that's must match. For example, if the digits were 3 and 8, then R8 column 3, and that is so cool. What an interesting thing. Okay. So this is you get a set of coordinates here, and whatever the set of coordinates you get here, regardless of the order of those coordinates, whether it's row column or column row, the 2 digits referred to by them must match, which I think is a really cool thing. So I'm super into it. And then, yeah, I would assume that the thermo just is a thermo, right? Terry, are you drunk enough to give us any feedback on this? Terry, are you still awake? Terrier's unconscious under the table. Terrier's a professional. Okay, it is a thermo. Terrier has to, as a professional darts player, it's a league requirement in competitive darts play to be above a certain blood alcohol level, or they don't let you play. And that's for 2 reasons. One is, to like loosen you up, but also because injuries are so prone, like you could be hit with darts at any moment. They want you to be a little loose for that. You'll take the injury better. It's like how that weird statistic about how drunk drivers, because they're drunk, might survive a crash that they otherwise wouldn't. It's a very similar thing. Okay. Well, I hate this 1. I want this 1 out of my life. We do have a little sequence here. That's always cute. If we got rid of this 1, we would know the even odd polarity of this. We know that this digit and this digit are the same, which could also help us with even odd polarity. This could also, were we able to get the other side, help us untangle the polarity here. The thermo could help us. We got a lot of that's sort of interesting. So whatever this thermo bulb is, we got like an interesting little stairway here. And that does mean that the minimum here is 3, but I want it to be clear also is that you did say it was easy, which means I'm going to spend way too much time on it. So I do need to, that is I just want that to be clear to everybody. I don't have any reason to do this, but I think there is a 9 up here in one of these. So there's a 9 over here, just for, that appears to be true to me. I don't quite know what to say about that yet. So this is just such a dense little hive. These digits are going to sum to 26, and when 9 is one of them. So 9876 would be 30. So we've got like a 4-digit leeway of what the other digits are here. I don't have great insight into that. We do know some things about what are or aren't on this Rinban. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are somewhere on here. And this digit sees a lot of those. I think the thermo bulb is here. I think that is what we're saying. We do have, these are very funny. The way these arrows work out do allow for a very low digit here. See, now because you said this was easy, I'm gonna crack. I'm gonna fall apart. Okay, the sequential of this seems kind of interesting because these are mostly even digits and these are mostly even digits. So, and the 1 is going to mess everything up though. So anyway, I just want to think about this for a second. So 1 is going to can only be sequential with a 2. 2 can be sequential with a 1 or a 3. 4 can be sequential with a 3 or 5. And 8 can be sequential with a 7 or a 9. And we get really close to parity, except for that dumb 3. What are we going to do about that? I mean, there's probably not an 8 in here, right? That's probably a reasonable statement. So I think we can probably remove the 8 from here, and so we can probably remove the 7 and the 9 from here, and remove the 7 and the 9 from here. Does that seem like a reasonable thing to do? If we don't have the 8 from here, the 8 paired with the 2. So if we remove the 8 here, we have to remove the 2 here. Having a 1 here seems problematic. That seems like that's going to hurt some people's feelings. So I think if we remove the 1 here, we remove the 4 here. And if we remove the 4, we should just redo these. How about we just think about these again now that we have like actually reduced some options in here. Well, okay, we have the parity, right? So we did it. We have our even odd parity. What are the proper colors for even and odd? I don't have proper even odd colors. Just to pencil this in, we will do 1 is sequential with 2, and 2 is sequential with 1 and 3. However, wait, did I do that wrong? Sorry. 1 is sequential with 2, and 2 is sequential with 1 and 3. But since we have said that this is, and this is going to be a sequence, right? So how can we have a 1 in here? Because this is a 1, 2, 3 sequence, it would seem. And so it seems like this is forced to be the 2. So this is forced to be the 8. And then so we get a 1, 3 pair on each side of this, which seems to conform with our suspicions of the even odds. And even odds can repeat, right? They're not repeating. Even odds are not repeating. Okay, how are we doing here? That's big. So that seems to be a 9. And that seems to rule the 9 out of here, which seems to place the 9 here. Right? Because 9 could only be in these two. That throws a 9 up here in the sky somewhere. Okay, what are we doing with this 1, 2, 3? That puts a relatively low digit on this Rinban. Maybe even a very low digit. Well, wait a second. Good grief. This is not a 1. Terrier, I think this is great so far. There's lots of clever interactions with how these things interplay together. It's fun to piece together. So So we are saying then that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Rinban, which seems exciting to know. That's an exciting piece of knowledge that we have. So we just have to be aware of that in terms of, like, especially this little weirdo sticking out there. We have ended up with quite a high sum for this, and this thermometer allows for quite a lot of leeway. This we have quite a lot of room to grow. Guess we can't get to 8 or the 9 to 9 here, so the maximum of this is 7. So you could have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As far as, I do want to mark the polarity of this. I feel like evens are evens blue? What color is even? Even feels pretty blue to me. And odd feels maybe red. Is there standard coloring for evens and odds in the world? Okay, so these thermometers. So we understand this Rinban, I think. So the fact that we understand this Rinban means it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 and 9 are not on it. Orange, odd, blue, even. My only fear of that is it's going to make me think that they're high and low, because that's what I use for high and low. Okay, well, get ready for me to mess this up and color, you know, a 3 as blue because it's low. So just, I'm warning you in advance. This is no more than 8. So I don't know that I care about that. Okay, well, that's fun. So because that's blue, this is blue, and blue means what? Even, not low, even. I'm guaranteeing you I'm gonna make a mistake. This is, see, I was just about to do it. I was just about to say this is high, so this is low. That's amazing. What is wrong with me? Is it true that an odd must add to an odd to make 10? If I have an odd digit in the world, I mean, I kind of feel like pencil marking odds just because there's fewer of them than evens, right? That's not true. There's more odds than evens. Totally not untrue statement I just made, but we can roll a 3 out of here at least. Okay, with the options we have here, the 3 is knocked out of there and the 1 is knocked out of there. Removing the 1 here, removing the 3 here. Oops. Amateur hour. We just wanted to remove the 1 here. Want to remove the 3 here. So we obviously 5 can't be on an X. So we end up with 7 or 3 or 1, which is orange according to some people. And what about that? How do you feel about that situation? So we know a little bit about the nature of this. We know some things about the nature of these. 2 and 8 is seen there. So what do I think about next? The thermo's underway. This thermo's, I guess, a little interesting just because it can't get too high, but there's still a lot of room. Like 4, 5, 6, 7. There are some vaguely interesting questions about, like, the digits, like, the, you know, because this Rinban is such a creep and is like looking in this box all over the place, like where the digits go that are on some of these points that seem to push them low or push them left or push them right. The tip of this thermo also is part of the sum here. This is part of the Rinban. But we never thought it could be very high. Three. So I'm going to pencil mark this. It's probably silly to do. But this is 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Because it can't be 8, 9. And that means this is 3, 4, 5, 6. Because the minimizing this would be 2, 3, 4 is the minimum, but the maximum is 8, 9. So I think it's 4, 5, 6, 7. So then you step kind of 1 down here and get this range. 3 is, actually can't have a 3 there. So you can't have a 4 here. So that puts 5, 6, 7 there. These are fine in terms of the rim band, all of them, I think. Because we're going for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there anything else in here that is like unhappy with me? This seems like it can be well, it certainly can't be 9. It can't be 8 because it would be 8, 1 to make 9. It can't be 7 because it'd be 7, 2 to make 9. So it's no more than 6. Oh, wait, if it was 6, it would be 6, 3. Am I correct on that? I mean, as far as like optionality, obviously it's not 9, but it's not an 8, 1 because 1 is taken. And it's not a 7, 2 because that's taken. And it's not a 6, 3 because that's taken. So we're left with 4 and 5. And if we're trying to get 9 with 4 and 5, we end up with a 4, 5 pair. That's cute. That's cute. Terrier, I like this. Okay. So what? So what? We do have 4 and 5 on this rim band, for whatever that's worth. So that told us some things about that. I don't think we know nearly as much about this part of the world, though. That's okay. So we've done this. We've done this. We have a pretty good idea of this. Also a pretty good idea of this. I guess we have a less good idea. Less good idea of this. We have a not tremendously great idea of this. We haven't thought too hard about the rim band. This, I gotta not think about these as low digits. I was just thinking like, oh, we've got 2 low digits here. No, we don't. We don't have that. You're wrong. Okay, where do we want to look next? So that felt reasonable, but I just don't see it here. Like there's something potentially interesting there. We got these. So knowing this can't be that big, actually, right? Like we talked about how the maximum here would be 6, 7, 8, 9 for 30. This rim band, well, it does have a 7 on it. Whatever we use here ends up here. Well, we don't know exactly. It could be here or here, so I don't think that's... Wait, no, I'm sorry. It's these 3. This digit is this digit, I guess, because... Okay, sorry. I didn't think through this. So the 9 is pushed over and ends up here, I think. These 3 digits end up here, but this digit obviously can't be here. So this digit does end up here. Whatever this digit is ends up here. Does that matter? and this digit ends up there. Is that right? If we're saying the 9, I mean, these digits have to go somewhere in here. And green can't go there, so I think that's true. I don't know if that means anything. Okay, so I don't know. The 26, this has my attention, I guess, because it feels like we've got a lot of low digits looking at it, but I didn't really want there to be... I feel like I want to be able to rule out a little more. There's no 8 here, but there still could be 8 here, you know. Anything else we know about the Rinban? I think that you know a fair amount to go with this column. I want this 4, 5. I want Okay, I see tomatoes. Okay, tomatoes. Thank you. I mean, we have a fair amount going on in here, right? Again, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm thinking about what's not here yet and where that might go in relation to this. But it does seem like we're going to have even digits looking here, and like we've knocked low digits out of here, but that just doesn't feel very useful. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to make 17 in 3 digits. Is that true? It seems like there's a lot of ways to do that. Well, we're not using 9. Oh no, there's no valid... I can't use the cage monster. Oh crap. Oh no, the bitrate. What is it? Oh, sorry everybody. Oh no, when I'm deep in Terrier's puzzle. Okay, sorry, let me see if it might be the evening backup. Let me see if I can pause it. What a catastrophe. So irritating. I think unfortunately it's hard to I don't even know what the backup would be actually. I didn't move anything substantial to the NAS. Okay, I'm sorry everybody. Let's see. It says the backup is finished. Okay. It appears to not be the backup. Is it Backblaze? No, it's definitely me, sorry. Backblaze is not running. It's so frustrating when this happens because bafflingly, I don't have like good insight into uplink. Are we slowly recovering? No. Oh, come on, man. TerrierDarts is hacking me. Okay, yes, you go to bed while I try to debug this. It's so frustrating. It really is. Like, I don't... In the past, when trying to... Let's check Omada controller, which actually doesn't give me the information I want. I really hope it clears up in a minute. Especially after, like, why after 4 hours would it... Okay, I mean, I could just see the terribleness. I'm just trying to look at... It says ISP load is good. In fact, right now it says I'm... there's no data. That doesn't seem like it's true, does it? Okay, I'm gonna try stopping streaming. I'll keep the recording going. And I will switch to, I don't know what to do, honestly, but I will try to go to output. Sorry, to stream. I have to wait for stopping stream to happen. So frustrating. Funny that ISP load says no usage. Okay, so now we can go here, we can go to settings, and we can go to stream, and let's try auto. And let's try start streaming. Cannot access the specified channel or stream key. Please double check your stream key. It's correct. There may be a problem connecting to the server. Cool. That's funny that heat clicks still came through. It's so demoralizing. Like, it's so discouraging. It's so annoying. It's hard to know exactly where the issue is. In other instances, it has felt like Windows is the culprit. Like that, it's specifically this machine and this machine's connection. So we are streaming again, but it seems so bad. I don't know if it's going to recover. Like I don't think it is a situation where it is, you know, we used to always have the problem where when Backblaze would kick in or whatever, it would saturate the upload and we'd have issues. I don't think that's the issue right now. And I don't think it's I think it's this terrible computer, unfortunately. Why that would start at this time, like, I don't have an explanation. Other than Windows is a terrible, is terrible software. We were having this issue for a while, and then I switched to an external Ethernet adapter, and it seemed to fix it. I mean, I need to retire this machine. I have the new machine ready. Why? I really don't want to like stop. I don't want to like stop and start a new stream just for the like to finish up this puzzle after 5 hours. But I don't know. Thanks, Terrier. It's definitely it's just very frustrating because I do feel like it is this computer, which is I really just need to set time aside and install the new machine and make sure I've set up to work on it. But what can I try? What? Okay, last ditch effort. Last try. I will stop streaming. I'm gonna do ridiculous things like go to. I have a really silly idea. What would happen if I did just connect to Wi-Fi and stream over Wi-Fi instead? Because it really does seem to be like an Ethernet issue. I probably shouldn't be showing this on the screen, but it's all local connection stuff, so I'm not too worried about it. I don't know how to do this though. Like, can I just go fully delete? How do you do this? Why is it so bad? Network and internet settings. How do you do anything? How do you see like your other... Okay, I am going to do what? Honestly, can't even remember if this computer has a wireless adapter. It may not. I think this computer doesn't have a wireless Ethernet adapter, which is pretty funny. I'm going to disable that networking device. I'm going to enable that networking device. And I'm going to try to start streaming. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Doesn't look good so far. Looks bad. I mean, I don't know. The number's getting bigger. It got smaller. Nope, broke. What a tremendous disappointment, huh? There's really not a Wi-Fi. There's a wireless adapter in this machine. Everybody left already, but I'm gonna try one more thing. Silly notion. There is apparently a Wi-Fi adapter in this machine. Thought there was. How do you do? Okay. The internet is terrible. Everything is terrible. Everything is terrible. Don't go on the internet. Don't go on the internet because it's all terrible. Everything you'll find is terrible on the internet. Everything on the internet is terrible. Everything on the internet is terrible. Everything on the internet is so bad. Everything on the internet is awful. Computers are the worst thing. Computers are the worst thing. Computers are awful. Computers are so bad. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if this is going to make any difference. It feels like a network stack issue, you know, in Windows. It may not be, so I have some vague hope that looks like is futile. It's not real life. Shaking and crying right now. I mean, that looks that almost like it's teasing me at this point. Like where it's not the worst. I don't know. Like give it a second to stabilize. It's really all over the place. Okay, tomatoes are coming in. We do have tomatoes. It's not looking great. Like it seems like we're not exceeding there was 6 kbps up. There's 2500. There's 3900. So extremely unstable. But maybe this will get us to the end of the stream. Hard to say, huh? Why? The rotating background is probably not helping with the compression. I have to assume. So how bad does this look? What a sad story. Oh, this is not going to do, is it? What a garbage machine. Background is very stutter. I mean, we could just, maybe we have to sacrifice the background. Sadly, very sadly. I mean, I have my fear is that the water is not going to be very good either. It's just that I'm not able to get us like maintain a steady bit rate. Oh, shucks. Okay, well, I appreciate everybody who's at least hanging out, trying. We're trying. I'm trying so hard. Is it working, my mind control? I don't know what to do. I mean, this feels disrespectful to TerrierDarts to try to solve a puzzle in these awful conditions. Rude, feels rude. So my inclination is to stop the stream just because we're in bad shape. So it looks like we finally caught up with the black background. Is that... It just doesn't seem like it's gonna work, everybody. Maybe tomorrow's the day we have to do it. We like have to move to the new computer. It's gonna suck. I don't want to. Change is difficult. Transitions are hard. And now that I just said I was going to cancel the stream, it seems like it just got more stable. I'm sorry, everybody. These technical difficulties that I really feel are this machine's problems. Okay, well, what should we do? Should we try to have a quick raid? So anybody obviously... Jagger G's playing The Witness. Wait, on stream or just playing it? Is anybody in our Discord currently streaming at this moment? Doesn't look like it. Is there anybody... Sad story. All right, sorry everybody. I do want to give this puzzle its due because I'm so proud of TerrierDarts for putting it together. So I'm gonna like pause on the puzzle. Yeah, I think we're just sunk for today. Sorry, Owen. Kind of looks like nobody on my list is streaming. Does anybody have a raid suggestion? What is the secret sleepover society? I don't know, I'm afraid of that. I mean, it's definitely your fault, for sure. We didn't finish that thing, did we? We didn't finish the heat status page. The bitrate just jumped to 28,000. Wait, have we suddenly miraculously stabilized? Why is the bitrate so high now? Wait a second. Did we just stabilize? Michigan Josh's color changed from red to orange. And what you may not know about this is that means that Michigan Josh is actually odd. But it also tells us that Michigan Josh is not this digit, the red digit. Did it just really stabilize? Okay, never mind. Stream uncanceled. I've uncanceled the stream. Unless, did TerrierDarts go to bed? Windows is a nightmare trash machine is probably what happened. I really don't think it's my network. I think it is Windows. I truly do. Or something about this machine with it's the specific network stack in it, which I've tried to reset because like in other instances when this has happened and I've tried to debug it, we got down to like there's being seemingly something very wrong with the Ethernet adapter in this machine. Okay, but I don't, is TerrierDarts still awake? I wanted to solve their puzzle. Okay. I'm going to try to move forward. If TerrierDarts is up. What a needlessly obnoxious diversion. I don't remember anything I said anymore. It's all gone. It's all a blur. Okay, Terry's still here. We're going to try to do this. I apologize for everybody. It's so frustrating to be like helpless with like, what can I do? And I'm trying to, what I did end up doing is switching to Wi-Fi on this machine, thinking like, because I'm very suspicious of something being wrong with the networking stack on this particular Windows install, or with the, I don't even know. Anyway, let's try. Okay, I don't remember anything about anything. Does anybody remember what we were doing? We were thinking about things like nines and that kind of thing, like a 9 being down here or whatever. Or, okay, that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about what is or isn't still left to place in this box, I guess. And then maybe how that relates to what we can put over here. Is that what we were thinking about? And maybe even about like what we need here for the rim band. Okay. Blue is even, orange is odd. That much is true. That much. This I know. Okay, we have this 4-5 pair here going this way. I don't think we decided we knew anything about this. We said these two are the, I think one of the last things we said were these two were the same digits. These two are the same digits. And Terry, I just saw you say, I just refreshed, so I hope I have caught up a bit. So you can gauge for yourself how much of a delay we have. Okay, what do we know anything about anything? I mean, we know a tiny bit about nines. I know I don't like this song. I think we were thinking about this, and I think maybe one of the last things I said is that we're trying to make 17 in 3 digits, which does not seem like a hard thing to do. It's really important. I mean, not that I knew exactly where. I feel like now I've lost momentum a little bit, so I apologize for that. I'm just trying to like retrace my steps to what I was thinking about. Not that it was even the right thing to think about, but just to have some inkling. We have our little sequence. We've handled that. We've got a pretty good idea on this thermo. We've got a pretty good on this arrow. This thermo is not the most exciting. Wait, is this the song I just said I didn't like, or is this a different song I don't like? Suddenly I'm irritated by everything because I'm so mad about the internet connection. Okay, so what is going on? I guess it doesn't feel fruitful to me to look at this right now. Am I wrong about that? Be interesting to know this. I mean, we know these numbers are not super low, whatever that's worth. It's something about like where to put something on the rim band because this digit sees those and this digit sees, maybe not. Well, that almost feels interesting, but I don't think I quite have my head wrapped around it. Like the question of where 2 goes on the rim band, for example. But, I mean, the answer is a lot of places. So what are we looking to place? I mean, we have the 1, and then we don't know anything else. I'm gonna pencil mark these. You have to forgive me. Maybe we will undo that. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what we're working towards, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I think the only thing we can rule out at this point is the 2 from here and the 3 from here. So that's just tremendously unhelpful right now. So I don't know, the rim band doesn't feel very helpful right now. The even odd doesn't feel very helpful right now. We got these little things, we know this. I think we know something about this relationship. I have to say, I'm a little hung up on what like where is even the right place to look. I guess we really haven't considered this arrow. That's a thing we haven't really thought about. It doesn't feel like it's under tremendous pressure. Oh, the arrow is a 4-5 pair. That's fair. We do know that. So this sees that either way, right? Right, that is a good point. Thanks for pointing that out. This 4-5 pair, which is not intuitively a pair, right? Like, I mean, in terms of just like it's in different boxes, like, but they do actually both see this. That's going to be 4 and that's going to be 5. Is that the only place for that particular reduction? I don't think there's another spot that you could say is visible to both. It almost feels important to roll 1, 2, and 3 out of here, but I don't exactly see what that does for me. I mean, there's some pressure here, right? With the on this 26, I think I'm just not seeing it. Like, and it feels fine to me to have an 8 here, for example, or. I mean, I know this isn't a 1, 2, or 3, but that doesn't feel quite like smushy enough, right? Like I haven't quite smushed enough options. Okay, let me just think about, make sure that we've like wrung things out of here. Like the true 3, that's in terms of a thermo, this is fine either way, right? In terms of this thermo, I don't think we have issues with any of our options here because they're just all set off by 1. We feel good about that. We feel good about this. It's probably... There's just so many options for this. I mean, we can rule 8, 1 out, but it feels... Oh, shucks. There's something about this sum in particular that I'm missing. Like it feels like there's a lot of ways to make this happen. But maybe there aren't. Maybe there is less. Uh-oh, Michigan Josh got it. Wait, am I not thinking of a rule? Oh, okay. I've totally missed a rule. Okay. Good grief. Okay. Thank you. That's pretty funny that the place to throw tomatoes is the rules. And it's funny because the second you threw at the rules, okay. Um, blue lines are non-repeating. Blue lines are non-repeating. I'm sorry, Terrier. Now I feel bad. Blue lines are non-repeating. There's no 8 on this blue line. There's no 3 on this blue line. So, oh, bobbins. I know, is that my first bobbins? I can't do that. I need what is my catchphrase? According to my catchphrase, sorry, according to Life is Yours, on my development streams, my catchphrase is, see, I think I have it ready here. Why is it so bad? But that's not true here. I need a new Sudoku. One of the things that's a problem is one of my normal in real life catchphrases is good grief. And Simon says that. So I feel like I can't even say good grief. You know, because we're direct competitors. We're at the highest level of Sudoku, just like battling it out for number 1. It's kind of like position 1 and 2, and then everything else is irrelevant. And when you're at that level, your catchphrase matters quite a lot. So we can rule an 8 out of here. And we can go along the world, and we can rule a 3 out of here. And if we rule a 3 out of here, we also rule a 7 out of here. And we can go around here, and we can rule 8 out of here. And by virtue of that, we can also rule 8 out of here. It's fair. I mean, it's, you know, all's fair in love and Sudoku mind share competition. There's no, you can't blame anyone for any of that. Okay, sorry. So now I'm under, what did we actually learn from that? So we alternate odd and even non-repeating, right? So we got rid of the 8s and we got rid of the 3s. That helped us reduce here. It helped us reduce options here. There does seem to be like a, like the implications of that are a little weird here. I'm trying to think of exactly what this means. I mean, we essentially have this 2, 4, 6 triple enforced by the even odd lines. Well, and these 2 digits are the same digits, but that's, we would never assume that we'd never assume that these could be the same. So what is the implication of that I'm failing to see here? Also, is there some other rule I'm missing? Oh, I saw a tomato fly by. Oh, what a weird, that's cool. How interesting. I'm not, okay, I just have to say my brain, we came up in the last puzzle, I think. No, oh, just earlier in this puzzle. Like my brain is not wired for like, I don't know what to call that. Like non-linear, non-box handling of doubles and triples. Excuse me. So once again, I make a deduction and then I do nothing with it. The deduction I just made is like, well, that's interesting. This kind of makes a cool 2, 4, 6 triple. And then I forgot the first rule of Sudoku, which is also the full first rule of improv, which is yes, and. Well, this is it because this, Terrier, I think this is really cool. Maybe I'm easily amused, but I think this is really cool. This this is a triple. Like there's no repeat. We have 3 digits at 3 places and no repetition, and they're looking right here. And so that seems to remove the option of 4 and 6 from this cell, because this 2, 4, 6 triple is looking at. Is that right? Is that a fair thing to say? Which is going to remove 5 from here, which is going to force, okay, force the 4 here, right? Forces the 4 here, forces the 5 here, removes 4 from options there, removes 5 from here. Michigan, good eye. That's cool. Terrier, I think that's clever setting. Nice work. That's cool. I don't like that particular little flourish there was really neat. I think that's nice work. I'm proud of you. You've done good work today. Okay, what does that mean? What? Okay, we did get our 4, 5 pair, and so now we have 6, 7, 9 here, and the 9 is not here. Oh, we also knocked a 4 out of here. So, how does everyone feel about that? Seems to mean Seems to me 9 is down, like 9 is squished down here, so 9 is over here somewhere. It also, what does that mean in terms of the place we have to put? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we're not there yet. Like the 6, 7-ness, thinking about how we're gonna put 6 and 7 on the rim band. Like just thinking about the remaining places we have to put digits on the rim band and what can see this cell, but it still feels like we've got leeway, right? I mean, I don't even know how to pencil mark this. Like this digit is on the rim band. And it's not there, and it's not there, and it's not there. But I don't know what the digit is. Oh no. Okay. What specific digit am I not thinking about? So, I didn't put anything else on here. Let me back up and see what my last deductions were, and then maybe I need to carry it forward a little bit. So we got that. Put the 9 down here. So we have that 6, 7, 9 triple in here, but the 9 is squished down there. We have this 9 up here. We kind of like know a little bit about where 9s go, but it doesn't seem quite relevant yet. It does feel to me like a lot is hinging on 6s and 7s. I just am. Four is also kind of cornered, actually. Like where 4 goes on the rim band. Two has a lot of options. 3 has a lot of options, but 4 is a bit constrained. 5 less so. 4 is a bit constrained, and 6 and 7 are a bit constrained in terms of like where they can land on the rim band. But is that enough to say anything about? Like, Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. That is helpful. Thanks. I should see that. When we got the 5 on the rim band, I do need to tidy up the 5 pencil marks because it's no longer, we know there's no repetition. 5's not going to appear there. So I feel like I'm missing something about rim band optionality for or 6 and 7. And 6, 7 in particular just seems like such a, it's being squished. It's being stomped on. Oh no. There's not like some single here that I'm just missing, is there? I don't see it. There's definitely 2 in one of these, right? That's a true statement, I think. Like this row 6 is 2. So there's not a 2 here. And if there's not a 2 here, there's not a 3 here. Oh no, Terrier. You could tell me a box to look at. Terrier, it's cheating if you tell me. Yeah, I think that is true. I think we've claimed row 6. Not that that is in any way helpful or meaningful, but it does reduce some options here. What does that mean for this? Okay, I don't know. Wait, what were those tomatoes for? I'm not even sure what those were hitting. Did one of them hit over here? Oh, okay. Sorry. Let's... Sorry, I'm not actually sure what those tomatoes were for. A tomato in this neighborhood over here. Oh, hang on. Oh, I thought it just was maybe. I think I'm wrong. How? There's a weird interplay of 4 over here. But I don't know that it... I can't exactly see how it matters. Like, we did say these are the same, right? So, like, by putting 2 here... Maybe that, I guess I'm not quite seeing what the implications are of that, but like by putting 2 here, we get a 2 here, so we wipe this 2 out. So this digit sees this digit essentially through the medium of this digit because we've decided they're the same. But so you can see that by putting a 4 here, you're forcing the 2-3 version of 5. And by putting a 2 here, you're forcing the 1-4 version of 5. But I don't know that that actually matters, because I think you can still, if I put a 2 here and a 2 here, then I'm forcing the 1-4 version of 5. And I'm forcing a 4-6 pair here, but I think it's still okay. I mean, the 4 could be here and not even see those, or the 4 could be here and make that 6 and 4. So I think there's actually not. Okay, so sorry, you were hitting. Oh, sorry, this 5. Oh, hey, check that out. Okay. Sometimes you should just do Sudoku, I guess. It's a rare occasion. And Michigan Josh, when you told me a moment ago, like, oh, you should clean up your pencil marks, maybe that was your very polite way of making me notice that there's not a 5 here. And if there's not a 5 there, there's not a 5 here, and there's not a 5 here. So we don't have a lot of room for 5s. So that seems to force a 5 here. How many digits is this, by the way? Oh. That is 9. Just thinking about 5s. Just like 5 stuff. It's unfortunately not quite as restrictive as I was hoping it would be. But it seems to mean in this cage, the location of 5 actually could be there, though, right? So I'm not as tremendously exciting as one might have hoped. So did I learn something else from that 5? Michigan Josh, I really appreciate that. I know it takes, I know it actually takes more effort to like, hint in a gentle nudgingly way, and a gently nudging kind of way. And I'm grateful for your care in that, in doing that. Now, all of that said, it was fun to place that 5. We're all very, very pleased to have it with us, but I don't know that I immediately see. I mean, we are kind of slowly whittling away at the ways we can cook this 26. So we've fully removed 5 from our buffet of possibilities, but I don't know that quite gets us there. So we essentially have, there's just still room for stuff to escape. That's a little bit interesting for 1 in this box, though. 2 and 3 can still creep around up there, but 1 does seem to be over here. Is that true? Like 1 is not here, and we've said it's not there, so 1 is down here. So this is not 1. And if that is not 1, this is not 4. So we're like slowly chiseling away at our options here. It's like almost interesting enough to, I don't see it, but I mean 3 is becoming pretty restricted down here. Actually, a number of digits are becoming pretty restricted down here. Like, well, we've already cornered 1 over here. But in this little world, it would appear that the 8 has to go in there. I don't know. Not exactly. That's such a weird way to pencil mark, like split across like that. It feels like I'll make a mistake, but one is kind of split across the world. It's 346. It's just like, man. Okay, what else? Have we learned anything else about this side of the world then? No, I mean, it led to a few things. That got us this digit. That kind of pushed the 1 down here. That cleaned this up a little more, which we're slowly whittling away at. I think that getting this will be helpful to us. Because either way it goes, it has implications here, right? Like, whichever way this swings, I think it will have an impact on this, which will, by definition, have an impact on this. I mean, it would be amazing if it like managed to force. I guess the ideal is to. I mean, it doesn't. You know, anything we get here is helpful because it's kind of. If it's not the 2, then we know where the 2 is. Okay, so have we learned enough to care about this? Not really. At least I don't see it. We do have this up to 5 now. Like the non-lowness of this is interesting to me. Or the non-super lowness, but there's unfortunately can still be a 4 in there. It felt like we were maybe almost onto something with the, like for example, the placement of 4 on the rim band, but it doesn't feel quite. Wait. Is this a? No. Sorry, I thought we were about to find a quadruple, but there's not a quadruple. It gets too fuzzy up here when where the 4 is possible. So I don't think we could have a quadruple at least. So, is it this? I feel very resistant to look at this. It just doesn't feel restrictive enough, but. Terry, I don't think it's bad. I think there's been really fun, clever things so far. I'm just struggling with like where to kind of invest myself at the moment. I mean, up to this point, I don't think there's been any major like brick walls. I think there's been things that took a minute to see that were cool. Okay, that's good thought. The implications of this 4 on the rim band. Let's think about it. The implications. So we've said that this 4. I mean, like, if we know that 4. Oh. Okay. Maybe. Our 4-5 here doesn't feel very possible here, does it? At least not in this configuration, because it seems to be a requirement that 4 is here, right? Like 4 doesn't have another home on the rim band other than these two cells. And so that rules 4 out of here. If you know you can't have a 4 here, I don't think there's a way to have a 5 here. Which is the thing that we kind of learned because of this 5 not being in the cage. So it would stand to reason that this kind of is a good follow-up deduction from the placing the 5 here. So is it fair to say then that rules 5? Is it true to say that forcing 4 here rules 4 out of here, which rules 5 out of here for making the 9, which forces 5 here, and then we've pushed 5, pushes 5 for us down here? Is that okay? That's a good, that was a very good, got a good eye, Michigan Josh. So what are the implications of that in terms of 5-ness? I mean, is it worth considering the options here? They just don't feel very limited to me, but maybe I'm missing something that, like you could make the same argument stands for whatever this digit is on the rim band, right? We just don't know what that digit is. But actually, you don't even have to do that because whatever this digit is also obviously not right there. So yeah, it is interesting to think about like what is consumed by the Rinban in here. But it doesn't seem to be a requirement that it's both 6 and 7. It's just one of the two. So that means our options here, they still feel so broad. Is it worth considering this? So my current feeling, and I just to talk through my thought process on this, is like it feels like we've been slowly whittling away at this. Like now it's a binary option, whichever one it is, it only goes one way or the other. My like instinct is to like think about how do we topple this? How do we force this one direction or the other? The thing that's hard to know is it that we got to kind of brute force this and then it's going to untangle some of these things here? Or is it the opposite where it will become disentangled? But I don't know. It feels like we've made a lot of progress in this little world. Oh, we got a bug. We caught a bug. Row 1, column 3 in here. Yeah, we caught a bug. What's our bug color? I want the bug to have a good color. Well, it's kind of a magenta-y, purpley, pinky. Okay, let's refresh our mind on the bugs rules because I completely forgot we had a bug. The 2 digits trapped by the cages show where the bug is and give the location of 2 cells that match. For example, if the digits were 3 and 8, then row 8, column 3, and row 3, column 8 must match. Okay, so we are going to narrow our thinking to row 5 and column 5, because we know this is our search space, right? This is our little search. This is our search box. If these were 4, we would be talking about, like if this number was 4, we would be talking about row 5, column 4, and row 4, column 5. I'm afraid I'm going to get this wrong. Is that true? We're essentially saying that if this is a 4, it's 4, 5, and 5, 4. So 5, 4, and 4, 5. It's kind of a silly way to put it. But if this is a 4, we are saying that these digits are the same. And they do not appear to be the same. So I think we can very quickly rule 4 out of here, unless I'm getting that coordinate system wrong. Does that seem correct? Do I have am I understanding the coordinate rule properly? Okay, so I think it's fair to remove 4 from here at this time, which means we also remove 4 from here at this time, because we have determined that these are the same digit. Okay. Just to continue with our exercise, I don't know why I started with 4. We're also saying that these, if we say it's 6, we're saying these two digits are the same. Oh. So Michigan Josh says there's an interesting deduction you can make about the bug cells being in different low, middle, high groups. Interesting. I think you're right about how, I gotta think about that a little more. This kind of like coordinate rule, especially in this case, is really interesting. But it excuse me, it seems to me that 6 is also wrong. Aren't we suffering from the same issue here? That we're trying to say that 3 and 5 are the same digit? So, okay, so I think we are saying this is a 2, which is going to have pretty substantial implications, I think. So saying this is a 2, one, we need to remember that that is telling us that this digit, this digit is also green, right? 5, 2, and 2, 5. This is also a green digit. So green's up here somewhere. Oh, that seems interesting for the Renban. Okay, but maybe more interestingly, I think we're saying there is a 2 here, which forces a 1 here, which forces a 4 here, which forces a 3 here, which forces a 7 here, which gets us this 6 that we've been waiting our whole lives for. That gets us this 4. We said these digits are the same. So from the 2, 4, 6 triple, that is, we get the 6. We get the 9. Seemingly 9 is the only option because we have the 6, 7 here. We get the 9 here. We get the 7 here. I can't believe I just didn't think about the bug rule. Even as tickled as I was by the bug rule at the start, Okay, we've massively reduced options up here, which feels very good. But is there anything else that I need to follow through with in terms of like non-repeating or anything? It doesn't seem like it. It feels at the moment like this could be 5 or 9. We feel like our green digit situation is going well. This thermos are done. Like the central clues are pretty much all done. We just have to figure out this and maybe we'll get it now. So, okay, so what do? This, we knock 3, 6 out of here. We knock 6, 7 out of here. We knock 4, 6 out of here. We knock 7 out of here. And we knock 2 and 6 out of here. I hope I did that correctly. I'm always a little worried about gumming up my pencil marks. Okay, I have made the statement that I think all 3 of these digits are the same. So it is my suggestion to you that green has to be 7. Okay, I want to make sure that checks out. By the bug rule, these 2 digits are the same. By cage rule, since we have forced the 9 here, the only way to put green up here, can't be in the cage, if this is 9, is here. And if that is true, then I think this has to be 7. And that forces 2 here. And now we need to clean some things up because we have a 2, so that the 6 is there. We have a 7, so the 3 is there. And the rim band just seems to fall into place, which is lovely. That's great, Terrier. I really like that. I feel bad for not seeing it sooner. I'm going to blame partially that I'm bad at Sudoku, but also blame the stream interruption or a logic interruption that made me forget all about the cute bug. How could I forget about the cute little bug? Okay, did we do all of the did we follow that thread? That thread seemingly got us the rim band, got the thermos, we have the even odd line, we know the nature of the bugs, we got the V. So we have some things to learn about this cage, but it really feels like we have these Kropke dots floating in the sky. But it feels to me like the main clue that we have not, well, that's not true. Actually, look at this. Yeah, Terrier, I think the bug rule is super, it's very cute, and it's very cute in the streamer bot context. So we just know this is a write-in because of the 26, right? We get 18 here, so we get an 8 here. So what's left in this box? 1, 3, 1, 3, 4. The 4 sees this, so we get a 1, 3 pair down here. And 1 and 3 see this, so we get the 4 up here, which we feel good about the red. Terrier, I hope you're still with us. I think this puzzle is super clever. I apologize for taking so long to do it. In here, we need 1, 7. Oops. We know that order. 7, 1. With the 9 is still missing its friend, the 6. That's a 1, 3 pair, and we are missing what? 8? I will say that's not exactly how I expected that to go, actually. Like, I was curious how the like what that was gonna do for us, and my thought was like, well, maybe at the very end of the puzzle those will be filled in and it's going to disambiguate something for us. I wasn't expecting the inverse where it was a constraint. Terrier, if in case you missed it, that the bug rule was very clever and very fun, and it feels silly that I didn't see it, but we eventually got it. And for once in my life, Michigan Josh didn't even have to tell me. I saw, I saw. Now I will say it's only because of Michigan Josh pointing me to the setting, to the placing of the 5 that I had the, or we'll say gently guiding, coercing me to the placement of the 5 is how we got to the point of doing the bug rule. But I can at least take some comfort in that I feel like I did find the bug rule, or the implications of the bug rule fully independently. Okay, so what does this mean for us here? Because suddenly our options here look extremely tight, to the point that I feel like I want to just be lazy and just put them in and then remove them. You will forgive me for doing this, I hope. So how do you make 9 in 2 digits? We already know it's not 4 or 5, but I'm just going to go through them. It's 1 and 8, or it's 2 and 7, or it's 3 and 6, or it's 4 and 5. Obviously, we can get rid of the 4 and 5 immediately, and the only thing we have left here, given those options and what we have in the box, seems to just be 1. So does that just mean, I mean, what else can we do? We see 2, we see 3, 6. It's funny, I was expecting to like have to go back and forth with pairs, but we see is that true? Is that just 1 8? Am I missing that? Was that wrong? Did I miss something here? Oh, you know what? You're right. Michigan Josh is right. We can't. It only can't be 4 and 5 in one direction. That is true. So I should be careful. I'm going to go through and just do them all just to be safe and make sure I don't make a mistake. 1 8, 2 7, 3 6, 4 5. So you're right. You are absolutely right. That is still possible for 4 or 5 to go the other direction. Or is it? Because we put 5 in here. So I don't think it is it? Oh no, I'm sorry. It would be 5 going to 4, but 4 is ruled out by this, right? Now I'm afraid. So I'm just gonna take an 8 from here, so a 1 comes from here. A 7 comes from here, so a 2 comes from here. A 3 comes from here, so a 6 comes from here. A 4 comes from here, so a 5 comes from here. A 4 comes from here, so a 5 comes from here. Wait, did I not do that one right? Oops, what did I do? 4, 5. Remove 4 from here, remove 5 from here, remove 6 from here, remove 3 from here, remove 7 from here, remove 2 from here. We seem to arrive, yeah, 1 8. Okay. The 4 I think ruled it out in both cases, since we had the 2 4s. So I think we're okay. That also is the 1 that belongs in this cage. So we get that. We do have some little sequential friend up here, of which I don't think we have many left. Is that just 1 2? No, of course not. There's 1 right there. 2 3 then. Is that true? Sudoku. Okay, now I'm scared. Is there another? What is even in here? It's so the 1 is just here, right? Like that's easy enough to see. And then what are we missing? We're missing 2 3 and. Why can't I do Sudoku? It's 5, 2 3 and 5. But of 2 3 and 5, the sequential digits we have are 2 and 3, so 5 is placed, and we knock the 5 out of here, and then 2 is down here, so we get the 3. Now we get the 2. 5 is not here, so we get the 5 that belongs in the cage. which is exciting. We finally get this untangled. What are we just missing here is a 1. What we are missing here is a 2 and a 8. What we are missing here, 3 and 5, is that right? Oh, somehow we limited that 9. Okay, so how are we feeling about things? You want what? Who's your friend? 5 and 4, and 4 sees that. Very nice, very nicely done, Terrier. This is so good. I can't believe I forgot the bug for so long. What else do we need inside here? I mean, or just inside here, I guess. We know it from either way. I don't even know why I'm thinking about the cage at this point. 2, 3. I'm so bad at this. 2, 3, 6, 8. 6, 8. 2 and 3 are seen up here, so we get to remove the 2 3s. 6, 8 pair is going to pull out of there. So we get a 2, 3 pair with the 6, 8 pair. This 2, 3 pair sees this. So we get a 1 there and 3 here. So that worked out. So we really just, this cage is, you know, cage is mostly done. We got this dot lurking over here, just floating in the sky. So what is over here? 4, 7, 9? And 4 and 7, place the 9. I'm gonna put the 4, 7 pair. And to be sequential here, well, it's not gonna be 8, and that's gonna help. But for now, let's just do it. 3, 5 goes with the 4, and 6, 8 goes with the 7. The 8 is seen. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. 6 and the 9 here. We get the whole middle region. Almost feels like we could start doing Sudoku, but I don't want to do that. But maybe it's time to, since we have sort of addressed all of our I think we've hit all the clues, right? So it probably is just time to do Sudoku. Which I'm like so insecure about suddenly. And we've seemingly said there's not a 2 over here. Great. Which gets us the 3, which gets us the 2, which is nice, which gets us a... Did I make a mistake, or am I just missing an obvious write-in? Is that the 8? What do you want? 1, 2, you want a 3 and a 5? That's the 3, that's the 5. That removes the 5 from here. That doesn't rule them both out. Is this just also going to be a 3 and a 6? Is it? That's all that's missing in here, right? Yeah, and it's just seen by the 3. Okay. That's a 6, that's the 3, that's a 4, that's a 7. Very exciting. Okay, I like the last few statements from Michigan Josh is you are good. I like the reassurance here. Okay, we're doing well with 1s and 2s and 3s, 4s, 5s. Wait, how do we not have a 2 over here yet? Nobody knows. Lack supreme confidence with just simple Sudoku. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why don't we have a 4 over here? 6s. So you're still being weirdos up there. 7s. Okay, well, we have a little more thinking, tiny bit more thinking to do apparently. I saw that tomato. Saw it. Malicious. Okay, what are you? 7, 9. And, oh yeah. Probably just do Sudoku, huh? Can't I see things? And packets are 7 and packets are 9. And here we just need a, what, 7? And here we just need a, what, 6? Ah! Did we do it? Oh, Terrier, good job. I'm sorry it took me so long. Nicely done. Except here's the, did you put it on Logic Master Germany yet? Can I go, It is good. I really liked it. I have no complaints about that puzzle other than the fact that I missed a bunch of obvious things. Wait, I'm sorry, you say you worked at the 8-2 to start with. Different. It was intended that you would work out that the 8 and 2 cells had to match in the odd even sense. Oh, how did I don't even know how did I do it? I don't even know. I mean, so I will say, like, there were some of my major stumbling blocks, of which there were many. One of them was just totally forgetting the no repeat rule on the odd even line. I just like slipped out of my mind until a conveniently thrown tomato at the rules helped me understand. And then, yeah, I feel silly for not seeing the bug because that was instantly the most interesting rule to me. And it definitely played out differently than I thought. Probably. Well, okay, yes, I definitely... There are things that I totally forgot about, and there are things that I was just slow to see. And those I'm sure from the viewer's perspective, those seem different. But I think, like, I truly just forgot about that rule, right? Like, had you not pointed that out, I'm not sure that I would have seen that rule. I think the thermo I would eventually seen. I don't know if that distinction makes sense. Like, me just not seeing something in the moment, I would probably eventually see it, but if I just forget about the rule, I'm like never gonna know what to do. Oh, thanks, Gojo. Oh, Terrier, I don't know. You seem so critical of yourself in setting this puzzle, but I think you did a great job, and I think the bug was really fun. And I'm glad we finally got to do it on stream. Okay, I've been streaming for 6 hours, which I didn't really intend to spend 6 hours in Sudoku. TerrierDarts told me this puzzle would be easy, and well, okay, we did have the major connection issue in the middle. Awesome, thanks, Owen. I appreciate that. I would like to stream tomorrow. I should probably go eat some food. Okay, I want to. I'm trying to keep up this habit of. Should just push this, huh? Why don't I push this, in fact? Can anyone give me a good reason that I don't just go right here and do this? I didn't think so. You knew, yeah. I guess I could see that too. It was a little easy to. I think for me in particular, I think on the rules that I know well, you know, like a Rinban or crop key dot or an arrow. The thermo was a little weird just because there was, you know, there were like thermos on thermos on thermos. But because the rules that were a little unusual, like just I don't run into these even odd lines, and so the no repeat, while a reasonable constraint, I just forgot about. And then this one was, yeah, this was an interesting one, like this little fellow. But I really enjoyed it. I think you did a great job. Okay, so did we push that? Do we think it actually worked? You don't like the crazy thermo? I actually kind of like the insanity of the central portion of this, because I don't know. It was interesting to see how these, like, the rule sets sort of bounced back and forth. And obviously I did not do it very smoothly, but it was cool to see kind of the, like, oh yeah, this constrains this, but now this constrains this, and this constrains this. Was a really interesting, it seems very intricate, actually. Those relationships were very intricate. Okay, so let's try heat.status. Is this going to work? The answer is no. Why not? Where is this even hosted? Does anyone know anything? I think oh, we should push it, huh? Oh, you mean really in like the visual representation of it? Yeah, I see what you mean. But that may just be truly how the software renders. Like, I don't know how much control you have over that, right? I mean, I don't actually know at all. How long is this going to take to refresh? Let's not do that. Let's do this. Okay, well, that was exciting. Everybody, thanks for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. And especially everybody's extreme patience with my lumbering solution paths. Time traveling magician. A time traveling magician. Let's see. I'm curious about that game. I feel like we tried to visit this person before, and maybe they weren't using. Oops. Look at that. Look at that environment. Look at that smoke machine. But I think they're not using heat, at least not at the moment. I mean, I'm really into this dude who's just home alone. Oh, okay, he's not at home. I thought it was just like a guy in his basement throwing a rave, you know? But apparently not. Okay, yes. This crazy triple, actually, this double, seeing this was cool. And this triple, seeing this, that was extra cool. So, Terry, if you're still conscious. Okay, so, I don't know. Do I? Maybe we don't. Maybe I just don't want to. Maybe I'm just not feeling like a raid tonight. Is this a VTuber playing Rise of Industry? A god that loves anime and McDonald's. Is he active? It is. Oh wow, and it shows my icon. They made their own thing. Okay, let's raid them. That's cool. Or somebody, I mean, unless they're using StreamerBot or something that can do that and I don't know about it. Okay, Terrier, that was truly great. thank you for sharing that, and thank you for all the work you put in it. It was really good. Now I expect at least one puzzle a week. On my desk, 9 a.m. Monday every week. Wait, it's tomorrow Monday? What is today? Today's Sunday? That would suck. Man. Okay, I'm going to start this raid. And I will see all of you next time. Once again, I really want to say how grateful I am for everybody that's coming by, everybody that's joined the Discord, everybody's immense patience with my solving. It really is. It is like a heartwarming thing, honestly, to have kind people come and watch me be bad at Sudoku. I really am grateful for it. So everybody have a great time with your week. That's a weird thing to say. How about everybody have a great week? I had a good time. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Oh yeah, wait, we're doing the stream. Okay, we're getting ready for the raid, so don't forget to do that. But I'll see you next time.